Hello. I think we're all just ready to go. It actually all worked. There's chat. It's got emotes. Crazy.
Crazypoy 2025 SICHER 100. Yay, 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 yay. Time for the best way to end the weekend. A stream from Shelby. Are we day?
Yep.
Line.
Thank you for the 100 bits, Crazy.
REBSHIFT 1089 subscribed at tier 1. They've subscribed for 36 months, currently on a 36-month streak. And says, oh hi. End of line.
Just oh hi. I did not think to bring up the subscription stuff
says, oh,
on this computer.
How we have missed you. CHER 100. End of line.
Wesley, thank you. Oh my gosh.
2025 SICHER 100. Deck Talk is back to dot. End of line.
Wesley, thank you.
Subscribe with
Minute.
5 months.
Oh, I'm really far.
This thing on. End of line.
Redshift.
0 RD subscribed at tier 1. They've subscribed for 29 months. And says AO. End of line.
Redshift 1089, thank you for the prime, the tier 1 sub, and for 36 months. That's one of them numbers. 36 plus 1. Ben, thank you for the 100 bits. Crazy Boy, thank you for the 100 bits. Wesley, thank you for the prime sub.
2025 SICHER 100. I think this stream is many hours of just listening to Deck Talk. End of line.
Wesley, thank you for the prime sub, and for 35 months. Fnord, thank you for the tier 1 sub, and for 29, that's this many, I believe, 29 months there. And Crazy Boy, thank you for the 100 bits. Okay. The objective for today is to get...
With Prime. They've subscribed for 7 months, currently on a 6-month streak. End of line. JEPIN 247 SIs must interrupt shall be CHER 100. End of line.
Deck Talk has no concept of your timing. Philip, thank you for the prime sub there, and for 7 months. And
Nesreal subscribed at tier 1. They've subscribed for 34 months.
It's so much longer
Sunday.
now.
End of line.
Jeepin, thank you for the 100 bits. Nesreal, thank you for the tier 1 sub, and for 34 months there. Oh my gosh.
CRAZYPOY 2025 SICHER 100. Also another interrupt -CPU interrupt instruction. End of line.
Crazy, thank you for the 100 bits. Okay, the primary objective today is going to be taking advantage of an update that has happened to the Grease Weasel software, which now natively includes Data General floppy support. So we can just...
CHER 100 does this class as an NMI. End of line.
Chloe, thank you for the 100 bits. We can now copy files from any kind of drive in SimH to a floppy disk and then just direct...
2025 SICHER 100. The primary intention is to... End of line.
Gracie, thank you for the 100 bits. We can direct write a floppy disk image to a real floppy from SimH and then just put it straight in here. So what I think we can do is find some software that we want to run on this, chiefly a terminal emulator. I have my reasons for this.
CHER 100 TikTok is after you. End of line.
Schmike, thank you for the 100 bits. So what we want to try and do today is decide which software we want to run and then get it copied onto here. Now, the other thing is that we do need to do another sysgen so that we can test that the second serial port is working. I think I know how we can actually validate the second serial port once it's up and running as well. We just run the dump command, effectively, which we have done, but we would just tell it to use TTI1 or TTL1.
SICHER 100 NMI end of line. End of line.
Thank you for the 100 bits, crazy. 15-minute sysgen time. Yeah, so in the future, we may be able to run SimH, but for right now, I'm just going to do it on real hardware because we're going to do it right here at the beginning. So, yes. So, all right. I think that is it for the introduction for today. So let's find out if all the computer stuff still works after 2 weeks. So turning on, you know, let's turn on the disk drive first. Alrighty. And now we'll turn on the computer. It's so quiet now with the new fans. And run.
We do not apologize for the inconvenience. CHER 100. End of line. For who says CHER 100 on real hardware? Our brand for you.
Yeah.
End of line. CRAZYBOY 2025 SICHER 100 bang. End of line.
Ben, Chloe, Crazy, RHK. Thank you all for the 100 bits. All right. So we'll just double check. Yep, that's Data General working. So we can head on over here and see what we got going on. Oh my gosh. It's so nice having the dasher just like solved now, finally. Jeez. Okay, what disk do I have in here? I don't know, but it's labeled bad disk. Let's just try booting it for giggles. See what it does. I don't remember what this is. File name. Looks bootable.
2025 SICHER 100 CHER 100 CHER 100 end of bit stream for now. End of line.
Crazy Boy, thank you for the 300 bits. Bad disk, yeah, this is the bad disk. Okay, it looks like this may be a new sysgen disk. Is that what this might be? Let's try mboot sys, and then we'll see how much free space it has. So over till the HDD is spinning. I mean, probably gonna end the series before that.
Don't cross the streams. End of line.
Chloe, thank you for the 100 bits. All right, yeah, continue. Okay, so what I'm doing over on the computer that you can't see is just bringing... Actually, I want to double check which version of the Grease Weasel software I'm using. I'm using that commit. Let me see what that commit is. Let's see, okay. 188. No time. All right. Okay. As that boots, okay, now the real answer to our question will be found with the disk command. 34. Okay, so whatever this is, we can't use it because that's not enough free space to run a sysgen. Where's the power supply for this laptop? Gosh. Basically, none of my computers, or laptops, I should say, have I ever been able to utilize unpowered. Move redundant sector extraction. I think that happened after I pulled 320. Yeah, so I haven't actually tried that one. Huh. All right. Well, we'll go ahead and re-update. History. Grep. Pip. That should do it. Yeah. Grab that. And go. Okay. About 6 hours off that one. That's incredible. Maybe I could get that off of my Surface, but I would probably have to reinstall Windows and then put it into, like, ultra super power saver mode. All right. Well, I think we got all the answers we need out of that for now. So let's just go to here so you can see what I'm working on here. Okay, so I just updated Grease Weasel here. So we are now running Grease Weasel off of the current newest commit to the repository 842 or A42 version A42. So that will give us the best shot at writing disks. So I have no idea what's on this one, bad disk, so I am going to deflux it here. And then we can... That would be an interesting thing here. I have a headphone extension cable running under the desk, and the demagnetizer just... wrapped around it. I bet I could hear this thing if I did that. Man, the plastic on this is really flimsy for it being a giant hunk of metal in there. This thing actually wobbles around. Makes me concerned it's just going to break one day. All right. Wiping this disk so we can write it anew here. All right. And then I can show you just how brain dead easy this process is now. All right, popping it in the drive. Let me turn the drive on. I still need to get that on a power switch. All right, let's find our way over to SimH. So we have our starter disk here. I believe this one is correct. We'll just hope it is for now. I can right-click this. I can go to Actions, Grease Weasel, and then Write Data General. Electronic progression, if you have not been here, yes, so I am working with 8-inch floppy disks. There it is next to my head. These go with my Data General Micronova. You can see the drive and the terminal that I'm using over here, but yes, these are absolutely massive disks that go in this drive right here. Oh, this is so fancy now. The ability to write disks like this is just nuts. So what our goal is going to be here, I think we're going to try DG Blast first. So in the software here, I think we don't want that one. That is the disk written there. Massive only in diameter, not capacity. Some of the 8-inch disks could go up to 1.2 megs, which is pretty darn good. Considering, you know, when they came out. DG... You know, have I not backed up all the software? I may not have. Huh. Note to self. Did sysgen work? Yes, sysgen works. We're about to run it again. I don't know. I assume somewhere around here I have a sysgen disk. I don't know where it went. But we're going to try and sysgen a... It might be this one. I don't know. but we're going to try and do another sysgen to activate the second serial card. And then to test that without a TTY, because we're going to try and do it without a TTY, we're going to just run a dump command to the Linux system so that we can see if we can receive data over to it, or from it. Yeah, I'm wondering if this is my bootable one. Let's see. Release DP0. I don't know if this will work, having changed the disk. It says no. So I'm going to have to go wipe that. But I did just finish writing my new floppy here, so we'll actually just go ahead and boot that. Just to make sure that's all good. And then I'll probably wipe this and we'll try sysgenning that. But I do need to reset the computer first because I made it cranky. And there we go. All right, I'll pop this. You know what? I don't know what this is, but it's not going to be anything too important. Locate any visual editing software. Yes. I think Ben found something in a COBOL program that was like CLI or a CRT edit or something. Maybe we should try that first. That's a real good point. Because I was going to try a terminal emulator first, but you know what? It would make more sense to try and get the visual editor going. Does anyone remember what exact software it might have been? Grab this. So I'm going to want to be able to hit a button. Boop. No? Oh, let me click the correct page. Whoa, that's weird. Oh. Okay. I changed some of my HDMI routing this morning because I set up my Microsoft Surface on a dock here in a way that it could send video to the plasma so that I could run videos from this, see them here, and then when I'm working over there, see them on the plasma. I think I disconnected the ability to have the capture overlay because I am out of HDMI splitters and I had to reroute stuff. Okay, well, at least we can do this. There, okay. That was silly? Yeah, it sure was. Did this not boot, or did I just not hit enter? I didn't boot. Wait a minute. I think I know why I didn't boot. Yeah, okay, I wrote the wrong disk. I'm sorry, computer. That is my bad. Let me put in the other starter. I think that'll work. Yeah, correct. Don't need to hit enter. That disk that I just wrote doesn't have a bootloader. So I need to write this one that does. And now the computer's locked up again. So let me go reset it one more time. And while I'm over here, let me activate the anti-floppy drive wine tunnel. Where's the giant hunk of foam? What this will do. Okay. I'll find one error in the file selector. Mostly just forgot about the bootloader part.
Laura Kuhn says CHEER 100 wine tunnel is another description of chat. End of line.
Thank you for the 100 bits, Chloe. Oh yeah, and Ben had located visual editing software. Now I got to get tricky about how I copy text again, so that's fun. Because I broke my chat link clicking. Okay, now this floppy will boot probably, maybe, hopefully. Okay. There's so many, like, angles I can hit over here. It's hilarious. So here, floppy, going, why? Oh, yeah, I know what that is. Okay. Floppy going in. And then hitting boot. File name, perfect. mboot sys. All right. Well, we have that going on. Let me go to here, and then console debug, and then sysgen config. Okay. Type C to continue. Okay. And then for the 8 trillionth time, let me go over to Ben's message about how to hypothetically set this up with the second serial port. All right, one moment. Okay. All right. Date. Spacebar's having a good day today. No time. I'm going to have this be slightly brighter for myself. Oh, so nice. Gosh, it's so ridiculous having the dasher just work so well. Like, it's been working for a while now, but it's just nice. All right, so for giggles, list. This is slow because it's not sysgen. You know what I just realized? I gotta write this floppy. We can't format disks within the thing. So I need to write blank here to it so that I actually have a sector structure on it. Don't jinx it. It's been fixed for long enough that it would have shown any errors if it had them. Shadow blob is back. Oh. There you go. DigiDOS does not have a format tool. One of the manuals, there's like 5 different manuals I've been looking at, will tell you that there was a formatting utility available, but I don't think that it has been preserved anywhere. So you could buy it as an option, but they really wanted to sell you discs. So they didn't, yeah. That's the worst thing that happened on stream today. We're doing well. That is quite a level of optimism there. All right, pop that out, put it in the machine. All right, so now dir dp1, perfect list. There should be nothing. You know, it'd be really smart of me if I put the command for doing the sysgenning in the document for the sysgen setup. Okay. Ooh, oh man. I swear I'm not as tired today as I was yesterday. Okay, I kind of screwed up how to copying this command. Give me a second here. Okay. Is that correct? Just looking this over. Sysgen space dp1 colon sys dot greater than svs sgv lml and then less than thingamajig. Okay. All right. Well, the Atom pre-formatted tapes were hard-sectored in tape, digital, kind of like LTO. You can't reformat an LTO tape. It's not how that works. You can just delete the data off of it. It works basically the same here. Every OS did not have a way of formatting your own. I have plenty of CPM machines that have incomplete versions of CPM that do not have formatting utilities. Okay, so back over to this, dir dp0. All right, for those of you who may not have been here for this, let me walk you through what we're gonna do. We're gonna run a command called sysgen. We're gonna run it here with these parameters. We are telling it that we want to deposit all of our sysgen files onto the second disk drive. This stands for disk pack 1, but we're using floppies. It's going to print out all of this stuff. These are questions that we have to answer. One of the first primary ones is going to be how much RAM we have. My machine here is configured with 32 kilowords of RAM or 64 kilobytes. And then we're going to tell it what kind of machine we have and what other peripherals and drives are connected. Where we're going to change this time is going to be around down here, if I remember, because Baljamet in chat here was looking through some of the documentation for this, and it looked like we might want to answer yes to the QTY prompt here that we did not answer yes to previously, but then tell it that we only have one serial port on there. Now, this specifically asks for a second TTY here, but we believe that is going to be for an additional console. So you could have 2 cards installed and then have 2 full consoles. Now, we could test that at some point because I do have a second compatible terminal with this, it turns out, with my TRCD DT1, but we don't want to do that right now. Right now, we just want it to function as a second serial port. So that's what we're going to try and do. And hey, Usagi, famously, DEC formatted their floppies in very custom ways, specifically so people couldn't format their own and buy pre-formatted. It's not just DEC, very common practice. I mean, if DEC did it, then that makes sense that Data General did it, because Data General is made of former DEC employees, as far as I'm aware. And you know what? I am curious to see something here. No fair. I don't get a API data thing that tells me VIP status, because that would be nice to be able to integrate that into my. What's up? We just spent like a week fixing my chat overlay that is down below because Twitch killed the API that I was using, so I had to replace it all. So that's been a nightmare. So 0 progress has been made. Have you seen a thing I've got now, though? You might get a kick out of this. I don't think I've been able to really show it to you, but I now have a paper tape punch reader drive. So I'm going to be trying to get this going with this machine. It's really, really cool. I think I told you about it, that I had, it's got the, that's right, I was telling you about it. It has a button here that is baud high-low. This is different from the jumpers that are in the machine, and this enables 1200 baud reading, which is really weird. But yeah, I have this, and then a lifetime supply, I think, of tape. 2 boxes of this. This one I apparently have not gone through and fixed yet because the glue that's holding the brand new reels together has failed. So I need to I need to put this down somewhere now that it's trying to ensnare me. Yeah, I am really, really excited about that. That 8-level tape is worth its weight in gold. Yeah, I kind of figured that out after I got all of this. I didn't realize that going into it. Ugh. But yeah, so I'm going to try and connect that with the dasher in pass-through because that's terminal in and out. But for right now, I just want to try and get the ability to put new software onto the machine. I don't know if you know this or have seen this yet. But I was able to work with the Greaseweasel dev, and we now have full Data General Floppy support in Greaseweasel. So it is brain dead simple to be able to write floppy disks for this machine now, to the point where I even was able to just make my own little Linux script thing where I can just right click it and then write Data General. That's all I have to do now. So it is so awesome. So yeah, we've made some amazing progress here. Congrats on lifetime supply of paper tape. Yeah, I'm excited. So yeah, we're making some good progress. So what I'm about to do is, yeah, try to configure the second serial port on this thing so that, you know, I can use it with other serial devices. Specifically, I want to try and get a terminal emulator running for reasons. So we're trying to work towards that. Right-click, too much effort? Yeah, really. Need a punch card reader with a stacker on it. I would need a punch card writer and then punch cards. Yeah, we've made some super good progress. So all right, here's what I'm gonna, so here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna be running through these questions here, and then I'm going to be changing my one answer here, basically, is to say yes to the QTY, tell it we have one. Provide the device codes. Okay, I think that's where we got held up last time. Okay. Let's figure out what our device code is. If it's going to ask us that, we will need that. So let's figure this out. Left deck because deck's decision to stick with odd word lengths instead of multiples of 8. I mean, if that's why, I can understand that. The only thing I can't understand is sticking with words instead of going bytes. All right. Oh my gosh, I can never keep track or up to date on my software cataloging. Okay. Like I just realized I got yet another one. All right, so we need to look at this. Now, you know what? Didn't we find a manual that references stuff? Was that for the disk drive? Let's see if I can find that. Those last 2 minutes, chat, sorry. Lost me to write new floppies. Oh, sorry. Yeah, we have floppy writing super easily. And we're right now going to try and get the second serial port working so that I can run a terminal emulator on it, for reasons. We found, I swear, if you look on the Novas Are Forever site, all right, this is hilarious. Okay, I was like, I don't know if we're going to find a terminal emulator. I'm hoping, you know, fingers crossed, all that fun stuff. I swear half of the software that is not operating systems on here are terminal programs. It's hilarious. I don't remember where they are now. Where are the programs? Miscellaneous. Is this it? So AES. Okay. So that's basic. Blast is probably the one we're going to try. So this is a terminal emulator. I don't remember what that is. This is a like awful, horrible word processor. I don't remember what that is. I don't remember what that is. That could be interesting, but I'm not. We'll see. I'm pretty sure that was a terminal emulator. HASP workstation emulator is a terminal emulator. I don't know what these are. I don't think we looked at those. But there were still more terminal emulators on here. It's hilarious how many there are. Yeah, I wish for a terminal emulator, yeah, and I got it. But we're gonna try Blast. So to get Blast working on here, let me just search for Blast again. To get Blast working, we're gonna have to convert a 9-track tape to floppy, and we're gonna try that using SimH to copy files onto a floppy disk image, and then I can just right-click write it. So, why'd you run a terminal emulator on a mini computer? So that you could connect to a maxi computer, you know. Man, you just beating me there, Ben, man. All right, well, fine. If you're gonna look it up, so I can't, you know, look it up, I'll just look it up in the real manual. All right. Let's just go to the serial port. That's a RAM board. That's a handheld console. So connect terminal to a mini computer to emulate a terminal connected to a mainframe. Yeah. It helps I wasn't trying to entertain people on stream. That is definitely a part of it. I'm confused. Is the ultimate goal of the terminal emulator, once you have micronova acting like a data terminal, where do we go from there? The thing? Unless maybe I'm confused in how what I'm going to call is the 8-way setup is going to work. Trying to speak in code here. Oh, asynchronous board interface board. Okay, cool. This is what I want. So I'm trying to get a second serial port working so that I can run a terminal emulator so that I can actually be booted into an operating system on the machine, but still use my dasher to remote connect to another system. All right, jumpers, here we go. Okay, device code jumpers. No, that's not it. Character length, device code jumpers. Bit position, lower the device code. Okay, this is confusing. I am going to have to bring it up here. The other problem is that there's like 2 different versions of this manual. Let's see, data general, doc, hardware, micronova, technical reference. This might be the one I'm holding. Yeah, let's actually not use that one. Let's use a different one. So 53. I'm going to be a little bit more surreptitious and use some back channel stuff. One moment here. There we go. Okay. Gonna be all cloak and dagger about things. I'm gonna go and fetch a coffee so you can, so I can ignore you properly. Well, hold on. Let's do this. Okay. Asynchronous board. Okay. So, still confused. Hash is currently the console terminal. Let's call it port 0. Yes. Then running a terminal emulator software on the micronova through port 1 will allow it to act as a data terminal for another machine. Right. Yes. But you'd still need the dasher connected to port 0 to input output. Yes. I have 2 serial ports. So I can have one that is connected to the dasher, and then I have the second serial port that I can connect out to a remote machine. But why? Check your DMs on Discord. All right. So device code, huh? Yeah, you're 100% on board? Yeah, I'm probably going a little more overboard than you thought. You probably thought I was just looking at the dasher previously, huh? No, I want to go all in. All right, so bit positions of device code. Okay, but what's the default device code? Yeah, okay, so now we're on the same page. So getting a terminal emulator working is a big goal. I think you can understand now. I think it should be possible. So I'm looking forward to it. Worst case, it can just be the terminal, but I'm really hoping it doesn't have to be. Cloak and Dagger fully expecting to unload 3 pallets worth of mainframe gear next week. Nah, don't worry about that. That's not happening. All right, so we got to figure out, and yeah, that's what I was thinking too, Soggy. All right, what's the device code? Maybe it doesn't ask. I don't know. Or wait a minute. Could it just be as simple as it's 0 through like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5? Maybe it's just as simple. You don't understand the question. So I might be conflating things. I think the back of the manual, has it. HP 9000. You know, I'm really surprised I don't own an HP 9000. At least a proper one. I think technically that is. They're really common. Like, they were using a lot of industrial systems. I can't believe none have popped up on Craigslist or Facebook Marketplace or something in a way that I could actually get. Maybe it's at the front here. Standing the codes and program services manual. Well, just give me a second, because I think, maybe you do know what I'm talking about. Office doesn't have enough power. Yeah, so we're gonna mini computer shenanigans, gotta hit up hardware store, rewire Centurion power, 2 Hawks, Phoenix, yeah, Finch, printer, terminal, EDS PC. Oh, that's right, yeah, you're using that as a terminal, which is hilarious. I'm gonna have this is interesting. I'm going to have something that might rival your EDS PC here pretty soon for rarity as an IBM compatible-ish. There were more of these made, but I suspect more of yours survived since they were special. But yeah, there's probably not a whole lot of what I've got coming floating around. I'm excited. Use the micro as a terminal. For the big no, that's hilarious. I kind of love that. Yeah, programming manual. Let's just look at that real quick. Like, you understood that reference? I wonder how many of them got ET'd Digital Ice Age. Now, you're very interested so far. I found 2 EDS PCs. That's amazing. Yeah, so I'll tell you this. I think Digital Ice Age could back me up on this. There is one known example out there of what I'm hinting about. Second TTY. Perfect. Okay, 5051. All right. So, Ben, what I was looking at was this, but the confusing thing is, this page, just go to 53 here. These don't correlate to this. I'm not seeing a way of setting setting this. I'm guessing he's jumped for that already. I would assume that as well, and that's why I wanted to look at the photos of the boards. How do I mean? 1 second. Maybe I'm just dumb. Okay. So we have, let's get the sysgen manual out of here. Proco has actually found another reference having only sold 500 units. Only sold. Wow. Yeah, so I'm going to guess that the other ones got ET'd into a landfill. That sucks. Here's hoping software's easy to find. Do you know what the second serial port might have been used for originally? The only thing I have is that, oh wait. Maybe. Actually, one moment. It might have been a printer. Let me try to confirm whether or not the printer I got with this stuff was parallel or serial.
CRAZYBOY 2025 SIZCHEER 100 on the subject of rarity. I think usage may be able to verify, but the Archford International Excalibur Motorola 68000S .stem in restoring is very rare. Up to 53 terminals from a PIC operating system.
Good grief.
System. End of line.
53. You set both banks, W1 through W5, and then the last bit hardwired. Oh! Oh! Okay, yeah, I'm a dummy. Never mind. Gotcha. Crazy boy, thank you for the 100 bits. Okay, one moment here. I'm about to have some information for you about what it may have been connected to. So I got a printer with the data generals. It is not a data general printer. Oh my gosh, I wish it was. It is an Epson something or another that's like way newer than the data generals. I think it's from the 90s. Trying to find the photo of it. Here we go. It's an Epson. Hold on, let me just pop this straight into Google here. Epson DFX 8000. It's pretty baller. It's enormous as well, but I don't remember what the interfaces are. Let's go to eBay. That might have enough photos to confirm this. Okay, what do we got on the back? Show me ports. There are no ports photoed. Why? $650. There ain't no way that thing's worth that much. For sure. Use one of those while it's a beast. Yeah, no, this thing's a monster. I have the plinth for it and everything, the rolling platform. Is that a parallel? Yeah, I think it might be parallel, but I'm not sure. It could also be one of those ones that's got like multiple interface ports. Dude, how can we see no ports on it? Printer can throw your back out. Yeah. But it's way, way newer than the DGs.
Subscribed at tier 1.
Ooh, had to work on that for a bit.
36 months. And says cereal and floppies. End of line.
One moment here. Neo Dragon, thank you for the tier 1 sub there and for 36 months. I appreciate that. All right, Crazy Boy, if I didn't mention it, thank you for the 100 bits there. See, I don't know for sure what it may have been used with, if that is parallel, because I have no idea how they would have got parallel into it. It might also be that they just had the printer, and then I bought it. I don't know, it might not have been related. Okay, so we need it to be receiver transmitter. Those are Loader bit of the device code of the receiver is 0. The loader board of the device code is 1. First controller device code. Memory serves had serial and parallel. They were always an awkward location under the bottom edge, but it probably doesn't serve. Yeah. Printer via TTY instead of parallel. Well, TTY does not mean serial. Let's clarify that so that we're all on the same page. Serial is RS-232C. TTY typically means that you are using a serial connection as a console interface for a computer. Different things. Okay, so let's find these jumpers. Thanks for telling me what a board dimensions are. That's really helpful. Here we go. Oh man, it's a shame we can't read all the notes. Okay, so we need 1 through 10. Oh, cool. Why? Oh no, that's fine. I was gonna complain they're in some weirdo order, but that's okay-ish. Okay, so they should be down here. Right here. 14, no, so they're down here. DFX 8000 is both serial and parallel interface built in, so it could go either way. Okay. Then it could be that, yeah. Where's the card edge connector on this? Bottom, so they're in the middle. Oh, here, duh. Okay, so we are the same on both? That's weird. Hold on a moment. Let's go back from that to the console debug. Okay. So they are configured differently. That's good. Have a very baller printer, classic HP 6000 light printer. Oh, that's super awesome. So these are swappable interface boards with available options being parallel to models of serial IBM Twin X. Oh my gosh, gross. I'm thinking of it. What actually is the heaviest computer printer that can be assembled, reasonably used by modernish computer? Well, I mean, whatever printing presses use. Sure, the heaviest ones are still in use today. 10, 11, 8 and 3, 10, 11. Yeah, so this is really confusing. Yeah, but those aren't computer controlled. Well, I mean, I assume you're talking linotype kind of machines where you're casting the stuff. All right, I believe you, Ben. I'm just trying to, like, absorb how this actually works. We got 0 through 5. We're making 50. We have 8 and 3. And it's 2? Order bit of the device code receiver. Drop a quick table in your text editor you have, and then read the bits off that. 0. So 0, 1, 2, 3. Hold on, 2, 3. That would be 4, though, wouldn't it? Unless it starts at 1. If it's binary plus 1, well, that still doesn't make sense then. 0, 1. So 0, none, 1, 2. Oh, hold on. Let's just do it this way. Yeah, it would have to be... whatever. Fine, we'll just assume it's 51. I give up. Let's just make progress. Whatever. So it's 51. We know what it is. Let's run the sysgen. Let's see what happens. Show me the secondary one. It's this. That's the secondary one. All right. All right, let's run a sysgen. Okay. So like I have all the answers already because we filled this in before. I think I killed the disk that we did this to. I don't know where it is. But we want one that works with the second serial port. So we're going to try this. So sysgen, and then we're going to do, not that, dp1 sys dot, and then sv/s, and then space sg/v, and then lm/l, and it's really bad. I remembered most of that. So SV is the actual boot file, and we're telling it that that will be the boot file with /s. SG means that is the configuration output. Missed a space. Good catch. SG, I was probably going to catch that on the read through. But SG is the config file output that saves how we configure the machine. V, that parameter tells us that that is the file that's receiving that data. And then the LM is something. I don't remember what. But we're going to run this. Boom. Here we go. I don't think we checked if this had enough space, but it should. Link map. That is definitely one of those things that I'm going to agree to and then immediately forget. Hello, Playful. Gives you a listing of where all the symbols in the kernel are. Okay. All right, respond accordingly. Okay. Like I said, we have a cheat sheet. Solenoid is so disconcerting, it's hilarious. So, I would like to point out, by the way, that this drive just sat for weeks without being used, and I'm pretty sure the head was in the track 0 position, and it didn't stick. I think the sticking was bad crack solder joints again, because I reflowed all of the ports and chips related to that too when I fixed the drive, so that's nice. All right, so it's 32. It is, in fact, a Micronova. I believe we are other. Yes. Is the handheld console or debug present? Yes, it is. We are not using handheld functions, though, because I don't have the handheld. We do have a 6038 enclosure. Again, no. The drive has been fixed for a while now. You gotta remember, I am so far behind on the video edits, intentionally, because I've been trying to have enough time to actually work on and fix things. So the drive was fixed almost right after the dasher was fixed, so it's ridiculous. In case the original drive of concrete threw it off a bridge, it's not getting a replacement. I wish. All right, number of drives for enclosure. There are 2. Watched Dasher video this morning. Can't believe it came down to crack solder joints. Yeah, it was nuts. Soft error reporting. So I believe we answered yes on this. All right. We are not enabling the hard disk controller or any of that or that. So number of stacks. Now this is where we get into the like really nitty gritty stuff. So we're going to tell it 3 stacks with 6 buffers and 10 directories. All right, no mag tape, definitely not auto restart. RTC, we're gonna say yes. RTC. think we say yes, and then we answer 2. Yes. Okay, there we go. No clock module? No idea. Paper tape reader? I am telling it no, even though we are going to play with that later. So... no reader, no punch. LPT doesn't exist. Card reader, no. Plotter, I wish. QTY, okay. Variants. Here's where we change stuff. We're answering yes. Number of asynchronous interface boards to be used as a multiplexer. 1. Enter device codes octal for each line. So we're going to go 51. Okay, I am double checking. Second TTY output. Line 0 receive should be 50. Yeah, I got it, Ben. Don't. You don't have the DG Parallel Reader, which is what it's asking. The card reader. No, they'll enter number of LPT. I'm pretty sure that's the parallel printer card. But we have 0 of those. You like to make me panic and dive for the keyboard, man? Yeah. All right. 50. 50. Default interrupt characters. To the manual. Okay. Default interrupt characters for Mux lines are Control A, Control C. If you want users of your lines to use these characters for interrupts, type 1, otherwise 0. Sysgens asks the next 2 questions. Enter first character ASCII code. Your second character ASCII code. I guess we'll say yes. Wait, but aren't like Control C and Control A really common? I don't think it's going to work, Ben. I really, really don't. I think maybe I should have just tried accessing the card directly. I don't know. All right. We'll say yes. All right. Column size for TTO80 sounds good. Second TTY, no. Core dump facility, I think we answered no to that. Correct, okay. And now it will take 12 minutes to do its work. And we're not gonna see anything on the screen. So we're gonna go back here. Yeah. Timer starting now? Yeah, really. Dude, I hate cisgenning on this thing so much. Oh my gosh. Are you kidding me? Why? Why is it so bad? All right, rewriting blank because it will have inevitably put some garbage on there. Neo Dragon, I just want the second TT or the second serial port to just be raw data input output. No, Ben, it literally filled the disk. I'm gonna guess that there wasn't actually enough space on that thing. Usagi, this is just the quirks of how this thing works. I mean, a mag tape install would probably go a lot smoother, but I'm never going to have a mag tape drive for this thing. It's just not going to happen because you have to get a very specific matching drive and controller. And then the Micronova ones are probably super rare. And then the Micronova mag tape drive might not even be possible to use with the Nova 4X. Get two of them, and now we're, yeah, just like, oh boy. Oh boy. That's not going to go well. All right. Starter bootloader. We're going to write this, and then we're going to look at how much free space it actually has, and then we'll figure it out. Yeah. Hard drive's going to be a whole other beast. But based on the way the YouTube views are going, I think I'm going to put that off for a little bit. Seems like this stuff is not what my viewers want. It's unfortunate because I really thought I was just going to be able to cruise through getting the whole thing going. But yeah, that one, I don't know, I'm going to have to draw a line somewhere here. All right. Let's boot this thing, see how much free space we had to start with. It should be 74 or 60 something. File name, mboot sys. Said YouTube views are lacking on DG stuff, especially after they flooded your comment section for years. Yeah. Yep. It's very frustrating. And this is one of the reasons why I always put it off, because I knew it was going to just absolutely dominate everything for a while. It was inevitable, because it just takes so long to work on this stuff. And it's like I'd said, once the parts are plunked down, they can't move for a while. Like the disk drive's been here for weeks, computer's been down there forever, because I need to be able to access them. I mean, at this point, I could probably put everything back in the rack, but it took a while to get to this point. YouTube viewers are impossible to please. That is extremely true. All right, disk. How much free space are we working with? Why? Why is it only 35? That doesn't make sense. What do you mean YouTube is dropping lines? They take a while to show up because of how the YouTube API works, so that might be it. People beg for repair videos, then no one watches them. Yeah. I think the problem is your core audience isn't who you have to cater to if you want to make a lot of money on YouTube, and you have to go after basically clickbait. So, like my digital decay of PC games, that's not really a core audience video, but it's within my wheelhouse, and then it's just, that one did well. So... Need to remove DOS in it? I don't. Because I don't think I do. Is that what we did? Maybe. I guess we can. Delete DOS init. That sounds familiar, actually. That's probably not going to work because I didn't, yeah, no file extension. Delete DOS init dot sv. Boom. You have to go over after the filthy casuals. Yeah, really. Disk, now will it be 74? 77, even better. Okay, I'm imaging that one right now. Release DP0. Left 6, yeah. delete the file, have less. All right, hold on. We're gonna do bootable starter. All right. Then I'm gonna push the button so you can actually see what I'm doing. GW read drive B track 0.0 flux tracks H equals 0. Boom. Not dot flux dot raw. What's wrong with me? Raw. Boom. Okay. So I've got, whoa, that's a sound. Runs YouTube, Twitch production company, and he had a ton of really interesting insight. The thumbnail is wildly important. There's all sorts of tricks that need to be done. Feels soul crushing. That's how it is. Yeah, it's so soul crushing. I just don't even want to acknowledge it. I do not try at all for that stuff, which is definitely to my detriment. I was actually thinking last night that I need to figure out how to hire someone for all that stuff. Forgot hard sectored. Oh yeah, that'll definitely do it. Hard sectored. Hard sectors, actually. Yeah, good catch. Yeah, like I'm really bad. I don't think I have tagged a video maybe since 2019. I have not put tags on one. Yeah, Digitalized Sage. Do you do all the metadata nonsense and thumbnails and whatnot? Also, I have no idea how to rate that kind of stuff. Like, I'm trying to do recently, conversation, have me in the thumbnails. Yeah. Yeah. I can say, though, when I have done that, I have not seen any difference. Yeah, the DG situation is crazy. Yeah, that's the kind of stuff that drives me absolutely nuts. I hate that kind of stuff. It's just so annoying. So yeah, just like for giggles, behind the scenes kind of stuff here. You and me in the thumbnail, 33. Just me, 33. But like no me, 50. Soft strip, 130, 113. Like me, 34. It doesn't help for me for some reason. So I still don't get why you don't use the severance hype. Because I don't want every single video to be titled, look, it's a real Severance computer. I mean, that and I've never seen the show. So, the DG can do what? Well, in pretty much every video up till this point, the answer has been nothing because it was broken. So, yeah, all 5 videos, the answer is nothing. So far. Which probably isn't helping either, but all right. What am I doing? We imaged the disk. That's it. All right. Now we'll do this convert. No, GW convert. GW convert. No, it cannot do graphical anything because the terminals are ASCII only. Let's see. I don't change the title thumbnail. There's a reason they do it. It's because I changed that.
Says hello, DG, you're quite good
at
hitting me up CHEER 100. End of line.
Thank you for the 100 bits. No, so not changing it. Yeah, they test with different audiences. Big YouTubers cycle through thumbnails, titles, till they find ones that test well. Hate that. Yeah. Ain't got the time for that. Yeah, no, really. Making like 3 or 4 different thumbnails? Nah. Making more enticing thumbnails, definitely something we've been needing to work towards. Yeah, I don't know. It's so... I just hate that part so much. Convert, bootable, whatever, doodads, format, data general dot 2f to bootable dash starter dot ing. Boom. Yeah, there is a way of automating the thumbnails. I'm not kidding. Every single time I've tried it, it's been a dead even split between all 3 thumbnails. Every time. There's been no clear decider. Seriously, it's been a variance of like 2%. Maybe I should make them more outlandish. Maybe I should make 3 different ones. I should have one be what I would do. Yeah, 32 to 33, exactly. Maybe I should make my normal thumbnail. I should make a I'm just in the thumbnail, and then I should make dumb face thumbnail. I'll say this too. You wanna know how, like, just like churn them out gaming YouTube channels work? All right. What they do is they'll take like several different face shots in one day and then use them for years, where they'll just make every kind of face all at once, and then they'll just make their thumbnail and then just slap that on the thumbnail as soon as they're done. Like, they'll just have one multi-layer image in Photoshop, or they'll just pick which one is the most appropriate for the video or not, if it's going to make it like you know, extra clickbaity. But yeah, so that's what they do. So maybe I could do something like that as one of the 3, and then if that's the one that wins, that's the one that wins. Yeah, not a fan because making 3 thumbnails take me hours? Yeah. Minutes to spare? Yeah, I know that feeling for sure. Do you both like your own videos and dislike or like, and dislike and so on? I'm not sure what you mean. I do occasionally watch my own videos because I forget what I say in them, and then I like to judge myself performance-wise to compare what I'm doing now to what I used to do, especially with my more popular videos. I will rewatch those fairly regularly to try and refresh myself. Maybe try a thumbnail where you're kissing your face in the dasher. Gosh. Did not understand DG videos on YouTube perform bad. Kind of, yes. I don't care. We can look at that again for a comparison on that. So it was 31, 26, 27, 50, 33, 19. I mean, that one's kind of an outlier. 31. Okay. So 15, let's just throw that one out. 26, 31, 26, 33. They are below average. They're not significantly below average, but they are below average. But also people are complaining. So yeah, it's really awful. It's annoying. Isn't that against YouTube terms of service to watch your own videos? Yeah, but there's nothing you can do about it. So whatever. Don't like the idea of changing thumbnails and titles because it's like gaslighting your audience in a way. Yeah, it's confusing for sure. All right, now we can boot this. Day Plumber, Days, Garage Wonderful Dude. Trying to make the thumbnails drive me insane. Yes. Apparently Cracktix' thumbnails pull tons of views. Yeah. It's that and his one video that seemed to work. Does it count as a view? Ads on your own account when you're logged in watching your own video. So they're not that smart, no. YouTube will tell you you can't watch your own videos because you will generate ad revenue for yourself. And then when you're logged into your own account, watching your own video, which let's be real, when you first upload a video, it's actually not a bad idea just to watch it on YouTube to make sure nothing happened with the processing. And they'll still serve you ads on that, even though you're logged into the same account. It's like the easiest check ever. If account watch equals account uploaded, disable ads. Not hard. Oh no, everyone puts links in the video description. That's not it. Phew, that's definitely not it. Phew, oh man. No, what you're seeing is a specifically sponsors request or require, however you want to think about it, that you put a link to their whatever in a pinned comment. That's part of the deal. All right, disk. Now we should have, I'm gonna guess 74. Because why would it be the same? No, it's still the same. Okay, cool. DP1. No, dir DP1. Dir DP1. I should have had a spacebar in there. Come on, just give up. Dir DP1. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I should just for kicks try the stupid clickbait thumbnails. I wish you could A/B titles as well. That would be cool. I really feel like that only works, though, for the kind of channels that are churning out stuff constantly, where it's just a stream of garbage. Like, no offense. I don't mean that and that the quality is bad, but, like, you're not meant to go back and rewatch that stuff or try to attract audiences to it later. So when you have the obscure titles that don't really convey what the video is about, it makes it, in my opinion, more difficult for people to go back and watch it, but I don't know. How's today's video performing? Dasher video with frowny face on it, quite like the thumbnail. Bad. It's doing bad. So my general rating is that a video for my channel has to do 2,000 views an hour for at least the first day to do good. This one is at about 500 views per hour. So yeah, I think it's at 15,000 views right now, which is pretty rough. Yeah, Google thought gave me more data, but it's not usable yet. So only run RDOS on disk packs, never on floppies. I now know why so much pain. Yeah, it's pretty awful, actually. Yeah, V Westlife, yeah. I haven't watched how his channel's been performing. I haven't paid attention to that. But I could see that too. He has very much stuck to his guns on his style. Okay, so we're back to DP0. I think we just run the sysgen command and try this again. So, sysgen DP1 : sys dot bracket SV dash V space SG slash, no, it's supposed to be slash S. SG slash V LM slash L and go, and that looks right. Okay. Yeah, Cell Gen 2 for sure. We got a Nova video. It's not wildly different from non-Nova. Yeah, I don't know, maybe it's just part of a broader down slope. It's not good. I don't know. It might just be because it's such a repetitive task. I don't know. Because, like, just scrolling back a couple of years ago, I mean, 36, 35, but then 58. I can't believe this video has such few views. This is an outlier. 80, 166, 308, 317. So, like, these 3 videos are more views than I've got all year. That's the thing. Well, definitely casual PCs, it's different when it's your livelihood and you have to think about stuff where you could screw yourself financially if you take the wrong path. Change videos definitely got more consistent in quality when he went down to fortnightly releases of struggling weekly. Yeah, see, that has been massive. I'm trying to go back to weekly, but I'm putting the odd videos on the channel and then making them like 1-day turnarounds. So far, that's actually working out. This is kind of irritating, but I could see those videos getting to a point where they are actually a higher revenue per hour, let's put it, of work. Back might be core audience thing. Videos of yours at Crush. Only have single video break 3K, by the way. Also moving on stuff from the late 80s, mid 90s. Micronova's too old. I do think that's part of it. I do think that's part of it for sure. I just didn't know I was so typecast. Because I see myself as liking computer history completely, but yeah, it does seem to be the stuff that is from the late, I would even say late 90s, early 2000s is actually the range to go for my channel. That seems to be where it is. Okay, so stacks. Where's the stacks question? Stacks. 3, and then 6 buffers. And then 10 subdirectories. No mag tape. No power fail. Yes, RTC, then it takes forever. Very typecast too. If a step out is 56, 70 computer niche. A video tanks hard. Yeah. Oh, that sucks. The microphone video bombed. I found the restoration techniques in that one very enlightening. Well, stay hydrated. Part of it could also be appealing to the majority audience on YouTube. So old car restoration trick. I hadn't heard of that. I knew about like Coca-Cola being used for it, but I didn't know about steel wool. Okay, 1 QTY, 1 thing, receive 50, transmit 51, default interrupt characters. All right, 12 minutes. Stopwatch, start. Managed Data General has very poor brand recognition at this point, so viewers will make the connection while huge engine mini computer. That is a thing. I guess I've been around it for too long. Like, to me, it's Data General. Like, they're also one of the most visually recognizable mini computer brands, I would say. So it seems strange to me that people don't know them. But maybe I should start titling the videos 50-year-old computer instead of Data General. I don't know. Is your original format of videos turn on rather than turn streaming YouTube video recently? Use a research topic and release a video explaining how I got it. So they aren't gone. It's just like right now I'm doing all this work. I don't have time to do the other stuff in between. And I've been doing a lot more work type stuff recently. And it's just, it has made it more difficult. And some of the topics just haven't worked out that well. Like I did the Cause and Saw strip video, that was that kind of video. I wouldn't say they're gone, it's just I haven't had the time to do them as much as I would like recently. Gotta also realize for like nearly the last year now, I thought I was gonna be moving. So there's a good chunk of time there where, yeah, actually that basically completely explains it. I went from wondering if I was gonna be moving to the network stuff, now to Data General. Yeah, that's basically what happened. Yeah, life is wild. Because there's a good chunk of time where I was trying, yeah, no, Remdog Cap, why would that happen? That would make sense. But yeah, you gotta remember, my lease ended in October, and I was trying to not get completely screwed, and looking for new places for a while there, trying to do research on that, get stuff figured out. And it didn't work. It just like, that was a whole complicated thing. So, I don't know, man. I want to do more of those videos. It's like, I have not signed or renewed a lease. No. Yeah, I don't know what to tell you. It's like, to give you an idea here, all right, the 4C video, the Portable Media Center video, the HP Series 200 video, the plotter video, the 3.5-inch floppy video, the Laserdisc videos, the scanner video. All of those happened while I was streaming. All of those happened sequentially, or in parallel. Catching up on chat here, because we're now in the super boring phase. So, for those of you saying clickbait or the 80s stuff is more relatable, I got bad news for you. Here, let me give you a figure. I'm just gonna go to the YouTube studio and I'm gonna tell you what my viewer age range is. Audience. And should probably answer why. Wow, I've never seen that before. There's a there's this metric for new viewers who watch videos returning to watch old ones. They're all just low. No one comes back to watch this stuff. Wow. Anyway, average age range for viewers on my channel. The highest peak is 34% that are 35 to 44. Let's go with 44, okay? Let's just round that up to 45. Okay, take out 25 years, boom, that's the year 2000. Take out 10 years, that's 90. That's 1990, okay? You would be 10 in 1990. You did not use 80s computers. Your most formative years were probably 90s computers. You did not use a Mac Classic. And that's, and that again, that's at the extreme. What is your viewership below 20? Well, it doesn't quite work that way. 18 is the cutoff. But 24 and less is 20% total. Oh, that's 11% less than 24. Yeah. I'd be curious, can I track this? 7, enjoy your content? Well, I appreciate that. And I feel like that's because I cater more towards serious, like, looks at this stuff and not just doing the, you know, clickbait, whatever nonsense. Because I do revere it. Oh, that's wild. Oh, wait, no. Yeah. Look at this. Okay, this is nuts. Lifetime for the channel, okay? Whole channel, okay? Starting in 2011, let's just say I actually started videos in like 2015 or 2016, nearly a decade ago, okay? Nearly a decade ago is when I started videos. It was 25 to 34. 1 year ago, split, averaging there, current 35 to 40. Over the last 10 years, my viewership has aged by 10 years. So I'm telling you, it is one range of hardware that people are watching. They're still watching the same era of hardware. Yeah, same viewers got older. Yeah, that's what I'm telling you. It's just us, yeah. I don't know, maybe... See, that's the problem. I think I might need to target younger viewers. Ah, that sucks. I don't want to make videos about Windows Vista. Ugh. When will I do TikTok? Literally never. Hurley Davidson has the same problem, yeah. You move from one bar to the other in the meantime? Yeah. It's my most popular video Windows 98 machine. Not to brag, okay, but not only is the Windows 98 video my most popular video, as far as I am aware, it is the most popular video on any vintage computer YouTube channel. At least about a vintage computer at 6.5 million views. As far as I'm aware.
CRADYBOY 2025 SIZHEER 100. Video for Vista is simple. Take a video of you inserting Windows Vista. Install disk number 1 into the shredder. End of line.
Yeah. Crazy boy, thank you for the other bits. Might be fun for next week's video to do a quick fun video on a 46 or something. Know you have some wild machines with cool stories in the hopper over there. Change of pace might invigorate viewers. Also be a fun comparison. See, here's my problem on that and why I'm bad at YouTube. What is the video? Is it just turning on a 486? And this is where I can find an example of the exact thing that you want to say working, but I can't mentally get in the groove to do it. So a while ago, I got a whole bunch of computers all at once. I think it just finished. It's getting close. Let me look at this. Okay, testing 11 older PCs from 46P4, 100K views. Okay, a little bit after that, I did a video. Okay, a lot of bit after that. Really? There it is. Troubleshooting the 1996 Micron Millennia. All right. All I did was try and get it working. And that video got more views. And I would not want to rewatch this video personally. And that's the problem. I don't like just making videos about topics. Like, I don't know what it would be about. Like, I know what the Data General video would be about. I know, do a history of DG series, I guarantee you that would not work. See, that's my problem. I don't want to just do a video about pulling out a 46 and turning it on and seeing if it works. I mean, okay. That's kind of what this video was. And it just did as good as the 8086. What about a Windows 95 video, Windows 98's 35th anniversary? So there's... that one's complicated. I did a 25th anniversary Windows 95 video. It feels a little too double dipping to me to, like, go back to those. So there's the 25th anniversary video. It did well. It did well. That was a fully scripted video and all that fun stuff. My problem is I'm done with the anniversary videos after the XP one. Because the Windows 98 video, okay, double dip, that was 5 years ago, totally watched another Windows 95 video. Let me put it this way, okay? The anniversary videos that I've done, I have put an insane amount of effort into, maybe with the exception of the 95 one. This video cost me $1,200 in parts. It may have made it back by now, but I can show you why this one didn't work. So this was my video, okay, released October 22nd on the 20th anniversary. Oh, there's no way I can't do this without calling someone out, but this channel scooped me on the exact same topic by one day by ripping off my Windows 98 video, and it cannibalized my views. So after that, I was done making I was done making anniversary videos. That killed it. That was it, dead. Because I spent $1,200 on this video, and it did not make it back for years. So I don't, it's, and it was about 13 minutes on the, that. What on earth cost $1,200? All of the parts were brand new. That's what's super frustrating. I want to say my video was better. So it's a good thing about working on G15s. No one can scoop. Yeah. Yeah, Sysgen is done. Yeah. So scoopable videos, I'm out of now. I'm not. Yeah. Yeah, that was the whole shtick of my series, is that the parts were all new, except for the 25th for Windows 95. That one was a pre-built system that I was bringing back to like new condition. So, no cool tech you can just show and tinker with? I mean, there's plenty, but I guess what we were talking about is what is the kind of cool tech that is going to appeal to a wide audience. And it's difficult to predict what that's going to be. Because what I find cool at this point is like, I'm in too deep. Let's say that. I'm in too deep. I've seen too much. Another sound card doesn't appeal to me at this point. I'm looking for the like obscure, strange things now. That's what piques my curiosity. So, like, I'm not even kidding. The computer that I've got coming that is rare because of the floppy drives that are in it. And that's it. That's what makes it rare. It's so weird. Ugh. So, all right, here we go. We got the Sysgen done. We could, in theory, just do a boot command on the other thing, but instead we're going to release DP0, then we're going to swap the disks over. Bad apple on Data General, not possible. All right. Popping the new Sysgen disk in here. Okay. This is a pretty critical boot. Last time we tried to do this, could not get it to boot. Well, that sucks. That was too instant. What? Failing so fast. I appreciate that, Digital Ice Age. Did you put the bootloader on it? You and your reasonable points. Yeah, I will say, I have always, so far, made the videos I've wanted to make. I'm starting to reconsider that. So many hoops to jump through? Yeah, no kidding. Bootstrap, device specifier, DP1. Install Bootstrap? Yes. Okay, now we're going to do it again. We're going to tell it no. File name, bingo. Okay, now we'll do mboot, sys, and then we'll release DP0. What do you mean not found? It's booting the other drive for some reason. I don't know. How about a video on the curve tracer? I can tell you that's not going to get the clicks. Additionally, I don't know enough about it. I would have to research that a lot.
NEODRAGON 90 SIZHER 100 error 402. Dot bootloader not found. Dot end of line.
Neo Dragon, thank you for the 100 bits. What that actually was, oh yeah, we have to copy the files over. Yeah, let's go ahead and do that. I forget what exact files we have to copy. Does the manual tell me? don't think boot.sv. Boot.sv is for installing the bootloader. Definitely CLI. SV and OL or whatever. Well. Surely don't break without me, yeah. Oh, here we go. I think that's it. CLI, OL, ER, and SV. That might be all we need. There, that's it. That's what we need. Okay. Yeah, what Usagi's saying there is very true. Making videos is more than just doing the actions and making videos. It is an expression. It is a form of art. And making art that you don't like is really hard. Like, if you asked me, like, let's say I was better at making music, okay, and you asked me to make a country song, it's not gonna happen. Okay. Want me to make techno? Not a problem. Country? Not gonna work. So it has to be something that you yourself are somewhat passionate about, at least every now and then, at the minimum. So there have to be some self-indulgent videos. And I've just, kind of like a job, I hate it. No, it's different, because that's the thing. If you are just working a job, it is not something that you are putting your soul into. Like, if you have a retail job where you just put stuff on shelves, you can hate that job. That's easy. But you're not, it's not an expression of yourself. It's different. If you haven't done creative work, it's, yeah, creative effort, and that is extra hard. To do the things that are business related, yeah. If you make art you don't like, no one else will like it either. Yeah, that kind of thing. See, I get all sorts of comments on videos where I will do something.
2025 SIZHEER 100 tech tangents data general debug card 24 video dash shelving programs the data general to play country music. End of line.
Can guarantee you that one doesn't happen. Additionally, because the only thing it can do is beep this. Interesting video about data general tape drive. After video, YouTube suggests new DG live stream. Spent the weekend working with old floppies. But thank you for the 100 bits there. The art part of the video is coming from the audience. Before it's just a hobby or note to yourself. No, the art part of the video comes from turning on the camera. See, I could go get a day job where I move boxes around, and then I could still do this stuff, and I could do whatever I want. It could just be all data general until I die then. It wouldn't be, but it could be. These commands are so weird.
CRAZYBOY 2025 SIZHEER 100 beep 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 pop.
Yeah, what Usagi's saying, the video is the art. Like, if I make a video about something that I don't really care about, I then have to spend hours staring at it and thinking about how to best present it in the edit. And if I'm writing a script about it, that's extra hard. So it's a weird thing. It's so weird. I don't mean to complain about it. It is a very privileged position to be in, but it's one of those things where you have to plan how you do these things and then change course, and like it's looking like I'm gonna have to change course here. That's what the thing is. So Ben, you're back, right? Yeah, you have returned. You remember what the syntax is for copying files? Because it's wonky. Yeah, and I'll say this about the making videos. I am not one of those YouTubers who is rich off of this. Realistically, I just make enough to keep it going. That's it. So, really feel your work is an expression of yourself? Yeah. Child, one of the coolest, greatest things I ever had the opportunity to do. It was also one of the most difficult, stressful things I've ever done. Love it. Work 7 days a week, lose sleep regularly. Yes. I have worked other, more technically challenging jobs that had higher stakes that were easier. That's one of the weirdest things. Like, the real thing is that when you do YouTube videos like this, you work 3 jobs. You do the thing, you edit videos, and then you promote it. Now, I suck at the promoting part. I am awful at that. I feel like I'm okay at editing. And then, obviously, if you can't do the stuff, then it's never going to take off. So I'm okay at that, too. It's that you're working the 3 different aspects of it. And that's why people hire an editor. So then they can, outsource that part. So they only have to make the stuff and then promote it. I know there's a lot of people who are really good at making stuff and promoting it. But I suck at promoting it. So streaming is also a job, so it's 4. Yeah. I think you're right, Ben. We'll try that. I think maybe no colon, though. I'm going to try that. DP1 CLI dot dash. Track 0 light went off in the other drive. Okay, there we go. That's it. That's why I'm not self-employed, can't sell myself? Yeah. That's the other thing. It's literally impossible to say this without being antithetical to it. I am too humble to sell myself. I don't like doing that. Digital SH. All right, I think. Why didn't I get CLI.ER? Oh no, it's still going, that's why. I guess I didn't need everything. There were more files, I suppose. YouTube videos on OnlyFans. Boot.sv is not it, though. It can't be boot.sv. At least I don't think it should be needed. Get a blank diskette. We're going to try it without boot.sv, because I don't think we should have that in there. Always feel like the work has to sell for itself through quality. That's how I try to look at it, but it's realistically not it. You got to do the clickbait stuff. I just hate that. Having a cat live stream from your house, it just doesn't work. So we streamed from my house on Friday, and I came this close to setting up a cat cam, and then he moved out. And the other thing is when I was streaming at home, he was near me, and then when I started talking really loud, he wanted out. He was done. It was like, just shut up already. So yeah, he was not interested. All right, now I think it's bootable. So release DP0. Have you prepared for lots of people turning you down? Yeah. All right, starter disk out. Possibly properly cisgened disk. Okay, again, real test. If this boots, then I think the second serial port may work. Here we go. Boot. We should have done a prediction on whether or not we needed that. That would have been great. Oh, man. Oh, man. The guy that runs model trains, his videos, his cat knocks him off the rail, millions of views. Yeah, there's lots of channels like that that get the one-off weird things. There's the guy who bought a lobster at a grocery store and raised it in a tank. You know, there's the whole Hawktua girl thing. Literally one thing that blew up into stuff for no reason. All right? There's lots of things like that. That is the lightning in a bottle that you cannot capture. It's impossible. So you can't predict that stuff. Move v dp1 boot.sv. One person who bought a Centurion or something came back, yeah. And see, can't capture the lightning in a bottle. Giant blue mini computer from the 70s and although I guess if anyone who's played Factorio Space Age, they would know you can capture lightning in accumulators. All right. Oh, wait, no, release 0 first. Oh my gosh, such a picky computer. Release DP0. Saying I'm not doing anything for years does not help. I don't know. I genuinely don't know. I would disagree in that it feels like a giant event happening when it finally does happen, but then it didn't. I don't know. Like, if I knew someone who had a thing that was really cool and they haven't done anything with it, and then they finally did, to me that feels like it would be exciting. So, I don't know, like maybe some YouTube channel had a car they really wanted to work on, but they had reasons that they weren't or couldn't, and then they finally were able to. Like that, to me, that would be exciting. But I'm not the kind of person to harp on people for not getting to that kind of stuff. So, I don't know. All right. Hey, you know, it booted. Current mental block preventing YouTube channels coming up with a name. As someone who had to change the name on their YouTube channel, I understand. Don't want to pigeon myself, hold the covering just computers got to have a cellar door quality to it. Yeah. Can you not? Yeah. That was such a bad move. Ugh. Okay, so for those of you who haven't seen the system booting a properly set up operating system, if you have seen it list files, check this out. Look at how fast it is with a proper setup. It's blistering speed. Well, Usagi, when they don't know how to spell that, you get to make them feel uncultured because they don't know another language. When they didn't know how to spell Akbakuku, it's because I'm an idiot and literally slammed a bunch of random letters together. Most of your viewers are for that are literally here. I've been looking every DG stream while I was watching the video. Reviewers that are literally here. I don't know. See, I like to not try to assume that everyone's here has been for everything and all that kind of stuff. So I would just say, think of it as United States of American government issue. Oh gosh. First channel name was literally the cat walking on the keyboard. Effectively, yes. Yeah. I have told this story before. It's not like a secret or anything. But Akbakuku was literally a username I picked so that I knew it was never taken. I had picked a different username before that I'm not going to say, for online services that I thought had one connotation, and it turned out to have a different connotation. So I had to change it. So I was looking for something where I knew it was never going to be taken or associated with anything else. So that was it. All right. I think we just try the dump command now and see what happens. Let's look at the photo of the TTY card again and see how it's configured. And then we're going to connect the TRS-80 terminal to it, and then we'll see if data gets spit out over that. Okay, I think the setup for this stuff is here. If I remember correctly, these were configured differently. Yeah. So I think I added one jumper there to make it 19,200. See, do we have the other manual open? Why would I leave it open? That would be convenient. Oh, I literally have the paper one open in front of me. Okay. So this one, only 13. So 13 in, everything else out. Oh yeah, by the way, the manual's wrong. So that's cool. We can't actually trust it. Or these are labeled backwards. I'm not sure. I don't know. Anyway, so only W13 would be 300 baud. Ooh, that's interesting. So theoretically, this is set to 300 baud. Yeah, Usagi, the no retro in the title. Oh, man. So, I don't know if they have a YouTube channel. I bet they do. No, they don't. Okay. All right. You guys want a little behind the scenes lore here? All right. So I really desperately did not want retro or tech in my name, in my username. And I tried really hard not to have either one of those. And then Tech Tangents hit me and I was like, oh my gosh, that's perfect. I gotta have it. But I tried to do a different username. You know what? I'm gonna go at this a different direction. What do you mean rip? Did I disconnect or something? Oh, looks like I'm good. Okay. F-ish. Okay. If we're having audio issues or something, let me know and I can switch the stream. We are currently H.265 at 1 megabit. Okay, I think I still have the assets for this. Hold on. So let's see. Resources. Graphics. No, that's it right there. Okay, I was so close. So close to this being it. All right. The channel rename was almost Techno Rewind. But it was, I was 50-50 on Techno Rewind or Retro Rewind. And there is now a parts reseller that is using the username Retro Rewind, which I find interesting. I went with Techno Rewind because Retro Rewind, there are like a billion like written publications that use Retro Rewind as a way of talking about past things. So I thought Techno Rewind instead, but it was Retro Rewind to Techno Rewind. And it was that close. But yeah, it felt like it was too far off of topic. Man, I was tempted though. I mean, Stoney's pretty much got it. If my username was Techno Rewind, all I would need is untis. Instead of Techno, Tech Rewind ain't bad. Yeah. I'd have expected VHS videos if you did that. Yeah, so that was a tracking artifact effect on that for the rewind. Meant to be horizontal stuff. Tech Tangents is the right call. Techno Rewind sounds like a music channel. Exactly, that was the problem. Yeah, Tech Tangents I feel like is an incredible name. I really lucked out that I thought of that and was able to get it. Wave Tangents. It's the most ADHD relatable channel out there. Wild Tangent? Well, that's the name of a game publisher. Good thing you didn't do that. Fake pseudo VHS effects so overused. Yeah, they are. Well, that one was... it was going to be slightly different. But yeah. Portmanteau of your real name and Nofx. Docs self every time you talk. 2.25 hours. We haven't established if the card works yet. I'm about to go grab the what you call it, DT1. That's it, and hook it up. So let's do that. Let me click a button here. All right. So right where that pile of blankets is, I'm going to stick a TRS-80 DT1, and then down there is the computer. So we're going to try and see if we can send data to that. Silly me, this morning I was cleaning up a little bit, you know, obviously not a lot because it's still not great in here. And I moved the DT1 out of this room like, I'm so smart, I'm making it better, and now here I am dragging it right back. One of the reasons we're going with DT1 is because it already terminates in DB25, and that's what the connector coming off of this is. So it's real easy. I don't know if I can just plug it straight in. Let's hope that we can, and that I don't need a null modem adapter. But if it doesn't work, null modem adapter. I don't know if you've ever seen this, Usagi, either. You might find this particularly interesting. So this is a Radio Shack TRS-80 terminal in the case of a Model 4. So this was sold this way. You know what helps if you want to turn something on? If you plug it into power. But yeah, so this is a pure terminal in a Radio Shack case. I had been after one of these for years and finally got one, and I was so excited. Yeah, love this thing. So, all right, we're gonna see if we can get data pop on over on that thing. So you can see the blinking cursor there. So, Vintage Geek has one of those. You know, I think I did actually see that in a video now that you mention it. Yeah, it's so cool. Not TRS-80, it has TRS-80 on the badge. Okay. I don't know if there's a way of just like echoing data straight to this. It's always amusing to see what other people find exciting. This is a guy who just spent 3 months restoring VT240, yeah. It's VT100? No, it's barely more functional than the Dasher. You know what? Let's change the baud rate on it. What is it? Shift escape. I don't remember how to do this. Control Shift Enter. There we go. Okay. So it has software configuration. We're going to have to set this up for 300 baud now that I think about it. If it is actually 300 baud, we don't really know for sure. So let me just run through this really quick. So we have software config for this stuff. And because I'm a giant nerd, I have the original manual. Let's just look at this really quick. Sets the baud rate. Terminating character, emulation mode. I know the emulation mode is already good. Okay, baud rate select. We're going to go 300. So we want... What was rev? I'm pretty sure I want that to be 0. Yeah, I almost blinded us. Okay, so we want... For 300, 0, 1, 0, 0. Store permanently? Yes. Setup stored. And then Control Shift, Enter. Okay. I love this thing. It's so good. Okay. All right. All right, so here's what we're going to do. On the dasher here, let me just screen cap this for a second. We're going to run the dump command. We're going to remember how we do this, actually. Hold on. History, grep, dump. Okay, so I think we do dump
CRAZYBOY
TTO 1
100p.im per multiplayer do.land party. End of line.
Crazy boy, thank you for the 100 bits. And we're going to tell it a file. I'm just going to do CLI.cm because it's small. And let's see what this does. If this does nothing, I'm going to throw a null modem adapter in line, and then we'll run this again. It did nothing. Null modem adapter time. Just to make Ben real happy, because, you know, if at first you don't succeed, null modem. Now we run this same command. Dump. TTO 1 CLI.cm. File already exists. Oh, that's not good. Well, yet another tech channel. Yeah. That's so bad. List. Let me go back to oh my gosh. To this. Look at random ramblings. So I tried to write TTO1 to CLI, or try to write CLI.cm to TTO1, and then it just made that be a file. Yeah, so that didn't work. So I'm going to guess it's QTY1, which means it's wrong. So we're going to sysgen again. And we're going to tell it we want a second TTY, I think. And we'll see what happens. Because I don't think... does it need a colon? I don't believe so. But I'm not sure. We can try it with a colon, because we already have the file, why not? While that's going, let me look up the dump command in the CLI manual. No such directory, yeah. Any other way of outputting to that port? None of offhand. That's part of the problem. Oh, I have so much actual data general manuals. It's so good. Okay, I think this one is the CLI manual. Yes.
Vitoken have subscribed at Tier 1. They've subscribed for 32 months currently on a 32-month streak and says 32 is 2to the power of 5. Dot is 100000 in binary dot. End of line.
Vital, thank you for the Tier 1 sub there for 32 months. I appreciate that. What if you try QTY as is? I don't know what it would be. We could try dump qty1cli.com. I'm going to look for the dump command here.
Kazuto and Y subscribed with Prime. They've subscribed for 29 months. End of line.
File does not exist, CLI.com. That's fair. Why is there a dot at the end of the file name? Because I didn't give it an extension. And I just assumed there was. This is interesting. There is documentation on what the dump file format is. Huh. And Kazuto, thank you for the Prime sub and for 29 months. I appreciate that. All right, let's try that one more time. It didn't complain about the drive itself. fprint, TTO1 might be fun. Well, that's basically what I'm doing here with dump. But let me try this again and put the correct file in there. File already exists. Dude, this is awful. All right, hold on. I'm just looking up the dump command. What you call it? Syntax. See if we can figure this out. Ah, dump, okay. Okay, blah, 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 blah. Okay. Oh. Hang on, I spotted it? What do you mean? Is it that we don't want the dollar sign? Dump. TTO1. Instead of TTO, it's TT. So, it's weird. TTO stands for TT out 1. I don't believe it's possible to address the serial port as a whole. So point out, we don't want to use TTO, we want to use quantity with this configuration, okay. Yeah, we should be able to use TTO1 though. So something's weird. It might be this. But yeah, I don't think we can do TT1 because we have to specify it's the output. Tech tangents in, yeah. Let's try this. I bet this won't work. We disabled TTO1. Yeah, no such directory. So Q dump qty1 cli.cm. No such directory. Man, I intentionally used the colon. So now we'll try it without that. Dump qty1 cli.cm. We're not getting anything to the terminal, so I'm guessing it's writing to the same thing. List. Oh, well, first off, I sucked and mistyped that, so that's not going to work. But why didn't it show it? Oh, QTYQ, there it is. Okay. Dump QTY1 CLI.cm. I feel us wiping this disk very soon here. No, QTY1 exists because I already tried it. All right, let's get a win. Dump TTO CLI.cm. There we go. Okay. So it is the $ first.
A544JH subscribed at Tier 1. They've subscribed for 33 months. End of line.
Also, Digital Ice Age, having your channel named Narc is probably not a great idea. All right, I say we re-sysgen and say second TTY. Release DP0. Give me a sec, just digging my original message. Ping. There you go.
Limited is continuing the gift sub they got from Wisdom Natalod. End of line.
Oh, I didn't say it. 854-4JH, thank you for the Tier 1 sub and for 33 months. I appreciate that. I read it and then forgot to actually say it. I read it before it talked and then, yeah, my fault. Apologies. Okay, I want to make sure this actually boots and looks correct first. Okay, good. And then I'm going to wipe this. Removing some files, or remove some files. I should not need to. What I'm going to do is I'm going to write blank over to this. The file name should be QTY0. All right. All right. It escaped being murdered just in the nick of time here. We'll give that one more shot. I'm going to put a $ in front of it, though. Yeah, I do like that. Digital Ice Age. I still feel like QTY is probably not going to be the way to go, though, especially with the escape characters. All right. Good job booting, computer. Now unboot. If I don't properly unboot, then I have to go around and reset the machine with the switch on the front. It's really annoying. Also, Culminated, thank you for continuing your sub gift to a Tier 1. That is a real strange way to phrase it on the back end there, but I appreciate it. Shale's Retro Channel coming in. I mean, this is definitely one of them. Just, you know, we're limited in what copyright we can do. I started listening to Not the Actual Events on the way here today, and it hit me for the first time that I need to think of it more like an extension of With Teeth, and it makes so much more sense to me now. I like it way more now. Because I really, really like with teeth, but with teeth is very unique. It feels mid-2000s when you listen to it. As long as you come at it with that mindset, I think it's incredible. Not that I think it's bad elsewise, but it's very much sounds of its time. And I just feel like Not the Actual Events kind of calls back to that a little bit. Anyway, what are we doing? Oh yeah, dump qty:0 cli.cm. Boom. See what we get. You know what 33L stands for? Yes, that is the device code for the floppy drive, and we are telling it we want to boot off of that. So it looks for like a little firmware blob or whatever on there, and then hands over to the disk drive to read the rest of the data. Try both qty. Yeah, we'll try it without the dollar thing since that just didn't work. So dump qty:0 cli.cm. Well, that's interesting. I think we found it. I think we also found that it looks like I'm going to be resysgenning. Do you concur, Ben? Sysgen for second TTY now and see what happens? The worst thing that happens, okay, not the worst thing that happens is that the computer explodes. The worst, not bad thing that happens is that we get a second prompt over on that terminal. But yeah, it's reminding me that the NIN tickets to the nearby show are like 150. I've only ever been to one concert in my life because they're so expensive. It's just not worth it. Hunch's answer is this crash during boot, which is what we originally saw, but we also had everything configured wrong then, so I don't know. We'd be truly multi-usering? Yes. All right, I'm gonna wipe this. We'll check how much space is on the startup disk first, but we'll see. RDOS is so advanced as far as multi-user and multi-system. It's insane. So it is very trivial for this thing, the multi-user. What artist did I see? Trying to think about the most fun way to let people guess. There's like a really easy hint I can go with. Oh man. Let's see. Been like 6 NID concerts? I'm slightly envious. Oh man, okay. Let's see. There's gotta be, what's the, ooh, there's, oh my gosh, there's so many options. So many options. He said it before? I probably have. Now I'm just getting songs stuck in my head. I can give a bad hint. I'm going to start with a bad hint, okay? Because we're about to have 12 minutes to kill. So maybe we'll play that. If you saw Cake live, I'm going to be supremely jealous. It was not Cake. You're going to have an opportunity here, though. Pretty sure they're announcing a tour. The problem is that they're only on the East Coast. All right. We're gonna play. We're gonna figure this out during the sysgen because I think that's gonna be more fun. Recently show a cassette that had their music on it. I don't think so. Pretty sure I don't own a cassette with their music. Bad hint that we're going to use to start off, okay? And here's just going to be the rule, all right? I'm not going to say it's not any one band that shows up, because people are going to guess a lot of stuff. So I'll just acknowledge it if I see it, all right? But I want you to acknowledge it by telling me what the hint means. All right. So here's the first hint, okay? I have every album this artist has ever made on vinyl. Some of them were not originally available on vinyl, and one of them was only available in Australia before. All right. So we're going to re-sysgen here. Let's dir dp1. Okay, just list for just making sure everything looks right. So I'll phrase it this way. If you can tell me what album that was, then I'll accept that as the answer here. All right, dir dp0, we rerun the sysgen command. Oh my gosh. I think because you have the two cheers back to back, it didn't work. Oh, you know, Usagi, I think, yes, but they haven't released anything in a while. At least not, like, a full album. Okay, sysgen, dp1, sys dot this sv slash v, sg slash, no, it's sg slash v lm slash l.
108-bit engine det R and LT semicolon 10100 and GT EY and LT semicolon 300 and GT R and LT semicolon 20300 and GT EY and LT semicolon 200 and GT R and LT semicolon 20400
Percent E
EY
is
and
needed.
LT semicolon 400 and GT RR and LT semicolon.
Wait a minute. I have a solution to this now.
EY and LT semicolon 100 and GT R and LT semicolon 2020 and GT EY and LT semicolon. LT semicolon 2020 and GT EY and LT semicolon 100 and GT R and LT semicolon 2020 and GT EY and
One
LT
moment.
semicolon
1, it's not possible for me to stop
R
it.
and LT semicolon 2020 and GT EY and LT semicolon 100 and GT R and LT semicolon 2020 and GT EY and LT semicolon 100 and GT R and
32.
LT semicolon 2020 and GT EY and LT semicolon 100 and GT R and LT semicolon 2020.
Oh, is it escaping?
EY and LT semicolon 100 and GT R and LT semicolon.
Wait, is it like just wrong? I don't think it's wrong.
And LT semicolon 100 and
Maybe it's not.
R
No.
and LT semicolon 2020 and GT EY and LT semicolon.
Dziak, Jason, who, thank you for the 100 bits, and my apologies for the embarrassment here, input a message that apparently exploded. I'm going to do you guys a favor. I'm going to mute it for you. I'll unmute it when it's back. I'm going to have to listen to it, but you now don't.
Semicolon 100 and GT R and LT semicolon 2020 and GT EY and LT semicolon
It may not have been %P. I don't know if it was going to be HTML escaped or not. Deck Talk isn't muted? Is it? That's weird. Is it now? Now it is. Okay. I can still hear it. Good. Number of drives, 2. All right. No one has guessed it, by the way, other than the one person who I'm pretty sure does remember me saying it before. Well, Dziak, the question is, and you can't answer if I like directly told you because that's just not fun. What was the only band I have ever seen in concert? The first hint is, because we have 12 minutes to kill here, is that I have all of their records on vinyl. But not all album, or I have every album they've ever released on vinyl, but not all albums were originally available on vinyl, and one of them was only available from Australia. So to correctly answer this hint, you need to tell me what the one album is. Number of stacks, I think we did 3, then we did 6 buffers, then we did 10 subdirectories. And I'm only going to answer if someone actually gets it, because I don't want to have to say no to everything. And people could just start spamming guesses of every possible kind of thing. What year did I see them? I'm not going to say, because that nails it down a little more. And that's not a hint about this particular band, it's just a hint about every possible band. Since there are a billion guesses for this, it's not AC/DC. Zero LPT, 0 card reader, 0 plotter. Okay, 0 QTY, 0 LM, 0 ULM. Column size for that. Okay, we're going to say second TTY, yes, and column size 80. So that is our change. There we go. And I'm going to mention, I'm not going to accept the artist as an answer right now. I'm only going to accept the album. Remember me playing Daisy yesterday? Yes. All right, we are into the cisgen. All right, oh, let me run a timer. Okay. Reset, resume. Okay. Since we, since we're into this, and this guess has lasted for a while, was their first album available only on vinyl? Man, I wish it was Bloodhound Gang. That would be awesome. No, it's not that. I don't think so. I'm pretty sure not. All right. Trying to think of a second hint. I think I have a good one. I'm trying to think about this. to see if this works without totally giving it away. Okay. What is the name of the song that has an See, oh man, the problem here, I mean, I guess if you know it, you know it. Ah, man. I will say, Usagi, it's not that. All right. Okay, here's the hint. They have a song with a radio edit. What is the song? I will still accept the album title, and I will accept the song. Don't Stop Believing is Journey. Is the radio edit on the vinyl? Ooh, you know, I actually don't know. That's a good question. It might be. Does anyone guess the artist name? Right now, I'm not accepting the artist name. No, I'm not telling you an album name. That gives it away.
Jason 5, the 4 Stooge says C.
Oh no. I don't. There is a percent P. Okay.
Work, mute everything. This is 8-bit engine tether. Command error in phoneme. Semicolon 10100 and GT. BY and LT semicolon 300 and GT. Command it.
All right. Thank you for the 100 bits, Jason. I'm sorry. Okay. Let me put it this way. You can get the non-radio edit version on vinyl. You also accept the height of the artist. I don't know it, so no. Does YMCA have an explicit version? Why is chat not updating here? Wait a minute. This stopped. It's stuck waiting. Oh no. Okay. Hold on. I'm having to read. I think this is stuck because of the thing or something. I'm not sure. All right. Keeping track. Don't worry about it, Jason. I don't know why it's not working. You might be using a different version of the Deck Talk that's online or something. I can't sing from the song. I'm like trying to make it really hard. There we go. Now I can read this. I'll say no one has got it so far. No one has guessed the album name or the song title. Those are the only things I'm accepting right now. All right, we're about halfway through the sysgen. I need to come up with another hint now. Okay, let me think about this. What's another hint? Maybe a little easier. Okay, let's think about this. Let's see. What's another good one? think I have a hint. I think I have one. I need to double check. Five hours of Mario Leisure Brothership. Think I've gotten to the part with the final boss battle. Only have last mini boss. Bombs keep getting blown up when they attack me. Mini boss challenge with the bombs. Any suggestion how to defeat them? Okay, so there are plugs that will make you invincible for a little bit. Those help a lot. But you really, you have to be able to jump right at the end to be able to escape them. It's really hard. You don't have to do it, but yeah, that one is tough. Okay, I'm double checking. No one here. Some good guesses that I like. Don't jump on them. No, you do have to. Here's how this is gonna work, Poot. You're gonna. It's not that, Usagi. You're gonna attack them, and then they're gonna come at you, and they're gonna chase you. You have to jump over them to be able to get them to go past, and then they'll attack the other ones. But the protect plug helps a lot. It gives you 3 free hits. So use that plus not dropping. That gives you like 5 hits where you can tank any damage. That helps a ton. So that lets you miss several times and then not fail. All right, I gotta come up with a hint though. Hint I thought I had wasn't that great. Okay, hint. We only have like 3 minutes left. Okay, I should make it easier. Let's see. The concert I saw was for an album that had a title related to an article of clothing. I will now accept the Australia Only album, the radio edit song, and the article of clothing album title. Ben wins. I saw Weird Al during the Poodle Hat Tour. The radio edit song is The Night That Santa Went Crazy. There is an extra gory version where Santa gets killed. And the album, I said I wasn't accepting the artist name. I said I was only accepting the album. And the album that was only available on vinyl in Australia was, oh my gosh, Brain. Oh my gosh, come on. Never would have gotten a Weird Al. Okay. Oh, holy moly. Dude, it is Off the Deep End. Jeez, I had to think about that for a second. Off the Deep End was originally available on vinyl only from Australia, or only in Australia. Weird Al's a radio edit version of a song? Yes. The Night That Santa Went Crazy, Digital Ice Age. So just search extra gory version if you want to find it. It's less that there is a radio edit and more that there is a not radio edit. Crazy boy, thank you for the 100 bits. It was what you thought. Yes, Schmide. Have you missed Manson again? It's already made plans. Ah. It's fun, though. He sent me down a wave 90s nostalgia looking up bands I'd listed a long time. So, yeah. Weird Al released the Squeeze Box set that put all albums on vinyl, which made the Off the Deep End album available technically domestically in the United States. And that put a bunch of other albums on vinyl that were not. The only problem is that the Squeezebox set sucks. There is a phenomenon with records. Oh, Deck Talk is muted. My apologies. There's a phenomenon with records that's called interhub distortion, where it requires more finesse to move the needle when you're etching the inner part because it's moving faster. No, it's not moving faster. Well, it's more difficult to do it in the inner edge. It's moving slower. That's it. It's moving slower. You have less audio fidelity in the center. The Squeezebox records have something like that, but it's not quite that. And the farther into the album you get, the worse it sounds. And it's really annoying. Bookman's got some new LDs. Ooh. Yeah, slower record, less bandwidth. All right, it's ready. All right, so now we do move v CLI dot dash. We don't really need everything, but we're gonna actually DP1 CLI dot dash. I'm just lazy. Yeah, I was so excited when Squeezebox came out, though, because Off the Deep End is my favorite album. Poodlehead is still extremely good, though. We're either Jurassic Park's DTS, Dziak, because, I mean, now you're talking if so. Casper is still the only DTS LD I have. At least I think. Or, was, Mortal Kombat Annihilation. That was DTS 2, wasn't it? Okay, I have 2. You know they weren't? Yeah. Is there any guilty pleasure albums? Probably not. I will happily talk about any music I listen to. Oh, well, maybe, depending on how you think about it, there could be. In the sense that you wish that the artist had been just a normal person and not doing weird things. There could be some of that. The separating the artist from the music kind of thing. But not music. I don't think I have any music like that. But I do have albums like that. So, Larry, do you know if I can Dziak Bookmans? Yeah, I don't think so. I Dziak'd Zia's one time, though. Like what? 200 miles per hour. I'll say that. Yeah, I Dziak'd Bookmans, or not Bookmans, Zia's. They had a bunch of 7800 games, like a bunch, and I had just bought a box 7800, and I was like, if you give me a discount, I will clean you out of 7800 games. You don't have to have them sitting around, because no one buys 7800 games. Yeah, Digital Ice Age, yes. Do I like cassettes? No, cassettes suck. Sorry, but they do. They're awful. I can't wait for the cassette throwback era to go away. Because modern cassettes especially suck. Yeah, see, I'd rather listen to 8 tracks than cassettes. At least 8 tracks are kind of cool. Like you just ka-chunk. If I want the cassette experience, I'm just going to listen to a reel-to-reel, and then it will sound good. DC, I can't. I don't even know what an HD CD is. You just mean SACD? I actually have a true SACD. Well, no, that's not. No. It's still a hybrid. All right with anything that's not streaming, like to actually own music. That is the most critical, but I prefer CD because it's easy to digitize and then play on a DAP. But okay, there I think we're done. Now we have a second TTY, maybe, hopefully. HD CD is some weirdo encoding on normal CDs. Oh, well, screw that. I forgot to release DP0. Ah! Release DP0. Yeah, when a new album comes out that I actually want, I will buy it on both CD and vinyl. Very consistently. The record is the one that I actually want, and the CD is the one that I know I'm going to actually listen to. First started life listening to vinyl, reel-to-reel, then cassettes, then CDs, digital music. I so do not understand desire to listen to anything but digital music. Do you include CDs in that? Because I can understand skipping records, but CDs are just good. So you can replace Floppy on the computer even noticing. Yeah, it super does not care. All right, booting. High fidelity audio cassettes might be more expensive than reel-to-reel tape machines. Yeah, no kidding. Like a chill out to the vinyl. See, I didn't. That's why Ben wanted a prediction. Ben was trying to cheat the system. Rip them all, listen to the files. That's basically what I do too. But CDs, they are perfect. Yes, that's the thing. I love CDs for that reason. CDs give me the physical thing I own that's like the master copy, and then I listen to FLACs. Wasn't expecting that? Yeah, sure. But it's so awesome what you can get on CD. Like, I got the Sonic Generations Shadow expansion, let's call it, CD soundtrack, because it was released on CD, which is just super cool. I thankfully already had the Blue Blur, because that became stupid expensive after Sonic X Shadow released, which still, come on, Sega, come on. Do you ever even Google the name of the game? Like, come on. Someone grew up listening to that reel-to-reel player and still has it. Anyone that says reel-to-reel is better or even good is wrong. There are some good, there is good reel-to-reel. It's better than cassette. What do you mean M-Boot Sys isn't there? Oh, because it's looking at the wrong drive for some reason. Anyway, whatever. What do you think about vinyl into LD, I guess, or the bigger album arts? Those are pretty nice. Get into pro level stuff to get quality reel-to-reel. What? Why did that fail? Oh no, is that the second TTY failing? I bet it is. Is my second serial card bad? There's not a shorted cap, or we would know. We can't swap them. That's not how it works. So, let me explain this a little bit. This is the serial card that we're looking at. This is the other serial card. Now, you'll notice there are some parts that are missing on one of them. Everything in this area is the console debug ROM. That's what I use to get into the machine monitor to like change memory and load stuff. Without that, it's literally impossible to use a computer. So we can't use this in place of the other one. What I would have to do is go over to the CPU and then program the jumper word register and have it like auto start from the floppy, and like we're not doing that. Can we see it with thermal imager? I think yes. What's this jumper? 28, 29? Let's see what that is. Pull the second card to check it's even trying to access it. I don't know what that would tell us. I need the Micronova Technical Reference Manual. Where is that? Here it is. Okay, so 29 and 28. Insert for console debug address space. Oh, okay, that makes sense. It's missing. No, we can see it with a thermal imager. I don't think that's going to reveal too much of anything. I can just go look really quick. Just to rule it out. It's the card right on top, so it's going to be really easy. I'm not setting up like video or anything. Gotta get back to work? All right, see you later, Usagi. Thanks for hanging out. It's fun chatting about random nonsense. What we're not going to be able to see is the difference between the two serial cards. So I'm not going to be able to see if one looks different from the other. I will say they look very similar. Yeah, they look basically identical. Scope the crystal on the edge of the card. I mean, I could. I think that's really unlikely to fail. That's getting. Let me put it this way. We're not doing any hardware diagnostics in the 49 minutes that we have left. We're not starting that. We're not going to sysgen either at this point. Which kind of sucks, because we now have a non-working system disk. So I'm going to have to sysgen again. Let's guess more bands. I've only been to one concert. I can't. All right, let me get the picture somewhere you can see it. Swapping the terminals make a difference? I don't think so. Technically, the dasher's not actually connected to the one card. It's connected to the serial switcher. I don't think that's going to be it. All right, stupid camera's rotating it. But this is the top serial card, so that's the one we're trying to use, and you can see all the chips are heated up, basically the same as the other one. Nothing there looks significantly different between the two. So I don't think that's going to be it. So, Remdog, it's not like it loads drivers and accesses the device. It's basically, it throws data out and just hope that it works. So it doesn't check anything like that. That's not how it responds. Staring at the Jailbreak Video Games thing jumps out at me. They don't match the manual I was reading, though, so that doesn't help. Yeah, all that's awful. So, like I was saying, this, okay? In, out, all right? That's wrong. That is not how I configured my serial card, or my console debug card to get it to work. I genuinely didn't know Herp Alpert was still around. Oh, we didn't get to this today. Man. I titled the stream Loading Software and all we did was sysgen. Can't do radio anymore? I mean, that's no big loss. Radio is just low bitrate MP3s now, so why? Can't locate 20 to 25 jumpers, RS2, 32 current loop. Yeah, that's a good call. 20 through 25. Yeah, it doesn't help that these are awful. 15 through 17, what's that? Parity? Yeah, that's not gonna be it. 23 looks like it's installed for current milliamp loop, but again, that shouldn't make it not boot. Yeah, so 23 is a switch. And they are set the same on both. Yeah, wrong port settings will not cause initialization issues, yes. I will say, at least between the two cards, it looks like there's not too many custom data general chips. Maybe just the one. 78, oh, and the 627, and the 17, and the 247. Oh, and the 603. Oh my gosh, if it's one of those, I'm gonna be so mad. My call has failed to transmit or receiving nonsense issues. Is expecting 20 million current loop and there isn't one. Fails on same boot with the card. Your device ID is set wrong.
Subscribed at tier 1. They've subscribed for 37 months, currently on a 31-month streak. And says, so how have things been going? If they've been going at all. End of line.
Flare Spire, thank you for the tier 1 sub and for 37 months. 30, that's one of them numbers. 37 months. Thank you. How they been going? We just finished rewriting part of the Twitch API stuff. Yeah, we could see if pulling the card changes the error. I don't know. Why not? It's a little weird to pull the card, but I can try. Hello. You shut your face, Ben. I should turn it off first. You would prefer that. All right. Card pulled. You know, for giggles. Take a look at the bottom. Of all of the boards I've looked at recently, this is not one of the worst ones I've seen. I got one pin jumping out at me as being kind of not amazing. That's about it. All right. Now, there is not a lot other than the 603s, which are irreplaceable. All right, 33L. We'll see if we get the same error code. Okay. There, someone write down that error code. Okay, thanks, bye. I gotta, you know what, I'll just reset the machine. That'll be quicker. Trying to keep it on screen so we can see both at once, and I accidentally booted the wrong floppy. Oh, we definitely know we can leave the floppy on because it's like a full independent system. Yeah, snip of the error code? All right. We should be able to see both here in a second. What's worse is if it actually boots here.
11 raiders from Hamashanka have joined. End of line.
Hammy's Hangout and 11 Raiders, hello and welcome. You were the first real raid with the raid mount notification working. Hope your stream went well there. I didn't have to enter a date before. So that's weird. You know what's really weird about this? That's the only thing that has worked being missing. Because trying to enable the hard drive causes it to crash similarly. Is it the same floppy? Space out on the speed of the file list command. Yeah, that's the new one. We only have one sysgen. Wow, so fast, you know it. All right, release DP0. I'm gonna try putting the card in another slot and see what happens. These are very awkward connectors to use on this thing. Oh wow, it's way out there now. There we go. All right. Okay, it didn't explode. I like that. Having the terminal connected or not really should not change anything. It really, really shouldn't. All right. And that's taking its sweet time. Huh. Well, that's different. Yeah, I wonder if the prompt is on the other one. That would be weird. If the no modem adapter is wrong, it may not have printed. All right, here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna go over to here, and I'm just gonna try one space. Yeah, that's not working. No. Okay. Not sure you get an interactive prop in TTY1, some sort of background console. I don't know. And there's no real way for me to tell. Yeah, the data has to go somewhere. So the problem is we're not 100% sure how this card is configured. So it should theoretically, this is it. Where is it? That's the device code. This is baud rate. So 13 only. So 13. Wait a minute. We can't swap the IDs between the two cards because then we won't get the console debug ROM. Hold on here. Where's the async card? Okay. This is wrong. Anyone spot the difference? Oh, you can't see. Here. All right, can you spot the difference? $100 baud, not 300. I have this one over here as my physical manual, and it's the wrong one. All the others are correct, it looks like. Oh, wait. No, that one's correct. Okay, yeah, cool. You did say that earlier? Yeah, oh, well, that's delightful. Okay, so it should be 1200 baud, not 1300. Let's go back over to here. Reconfigure this. Refer to its manual, which Tandy did get correct. I don't think it's going to solve anything, but it might be interesting. We'll see. Let's see. Give me the configuration. Do a key. Okay, baud rate. Want 1200. So we want here 0110. There we are. Store, yes. Exit, 1. That's not doing anything, but let's reboot and see if we get anything on the console now. I still may need the null modem adapter, so this is not necessarily... You know, let me just put the null modem adapter on right now. We'll see. I like those find the difference pictures of Sunday papers, yeah. Feels like a very unfortunate misprint. Yeah, no kidding. All right. Nope, nothing back there. I still don't know about the config systems and all your terminals are awful compared to the SpearTech ones. I don't know here. Let me see if we can double check a like the stop bits or whatever. So stop bits on this are 17. So out is none stop bits. So we should change that because that's going to be wrong on there. Is there anything else? Character length, 18, 19 out. So it should be 8 none, 1200. Okay. Length of characters. So I think I added one over here to make it 7. Yeah. 1200, 8, and 1. I think that's what it is. Yeah, according to commands W13. Others out is, oh, it's 1200. Okay, according to the schematics. Okay. So yeah, it's 1200, 8, and 1. So yeah, let's just double check that really quick over on the DT1 because I think I have it set not for that. Okay. So word length I need to set to 0. Parity or par should be 0. That's weird. Stop bit. We didn't actually see that. OE doesn't matter. Okay. So I think that's it. All right, got a hair on here. It's stuck to the monitor. Okay, that should be good. Still nothing back, but let me go reset the computer and we'll see if we get anything. All right. So over on this one, I'm going to type 33L. Null modem adapter may still be wrong over here, just to clarify. The entire bank was out, but wasn't both out? Oh, it is 2 stop bits. You're right. Well, I can set that. Yeah, I will say, Ben, you are kind of right. Cool, it's got a software config. Bad, you still need the manual for the software config. Like, even remembering the incantation to bring up the software config is pretty bad. So this should be 1, maybe. Okay. All right, so file name, enter. Look at it, it can rotate, crazy. Nothing. Okay. So let me swap the null modem adapter out. Nothing back. That's not a good sign. I don't think that's working. It's not printing. It's not waiting to respond over here. I don't know. This is weird. I have an idea. Oh my gosh, unplugging these is awful. Okay. Headache from standing up too fast there. All right. Control Shift Enter. Stop bit. 0. Odd parity. Send parity. 1 0 1 0. Word length 7, enter, yes, go. Okay. Got a prompt. All right. Okay, so that is working. I didn't trust that the serial cable that it was using is actually functional, so I wanted to test that, because this is the one that I had to resolder on the connector. So what I could do, no null modem cable is correct, by the way. One moment here. Okay. Over on the computer, I'm going to change the Micronova port speed going to my port selector thing to 1200, 8, none, and 2 stop bits. There we go. So now theoretically, data should go to the dasher correctly. So over here, I'm gonna do a continue to boot on this, and then I'll see if anything pops up over here. So beep, nothing. Yeah, it just hangs. That's wild. I have no idea what it would be. No, we don't need to change the dasher settings because the serial interface multiplexer thing adapts the settings. So the dasher settings don't need to be changed. Might still be an ID conflict between both serial cards. I don't know. Then it wouldn't have worked when I was only trying to address one, though. And backplane have bus termination on the floppy drive PCB. Maybe the slot where the serial card in is not valid. There are 2 more slots up above where it was, so it should be valid. Remind me what we changed between crashing on boot and hanging on boot? I moved the card to a different slot, which could be indicative of cracked solder joints, but we're not soldering on the card today. So probably Friday we'll take a gander at it for solder defects, since that's the theme of the year. But there you've seen the DT1 work as a dasher substitute. Hear you out? Okay. Hearing requires me do nothing, so sure.
54R8 from T2SDE have joined.
Oh.
End of line.
Hello, T2SDE and Raiders. I hope your stream went well. Today, we're trying to get software onto... Actually, well, what we're currently trying to do is trying to get 2 serial connections working on my Micronova computer system. The computer itself is down there. I have 2 serial cards in it. And I just set up an operating system configuration that tries to address both serial cards. But when I address the second one, it crashes on boot, but in a weird way where it hangs instead of crashing with a hard error code. So yeah, we're trying to figure this out. We only got like 18 minutes left on this stream though, so we're probably not going to figure it out today. So we're kind of trying to speculate on what it could be for a plan of attack on how we're going to handle this next time. Definitely think swapping the card device IDs over is worth a test. Console ROM should still work, just swaps the async card channel, just primary. Secondary, whether you get a prompt on the second card in the slot or the original slot is useful information. Yeah. I really don't want to do that today either, though. And I'm apprehensive about doing that because it could break configurations. But, yeah, we could try that first. We could try that in the time we have left. I do not want to do that right now. But that is a good idea. Let me pretend this is Windows Vista. Notepad, sticky note. Oh, I click. Okay, that was too many. Go away. Windows D, paste. There we go. Oh, I never thought about doing that. That's kind of cool. Sadly, I think it's quicker than trying to hand assemble a quick test program and print for any face on the second card. Yeah, really. No kidding. Never thought about this. You can desktop view to get to widgets like that really quick. That's kind of cool. Place the second card back into the original slot if we get that error code again. No, because the problem is here, let me just point this down there so you can kind of get the feel for why I'm apprehensive about moving the cards all around a whole bunch. I don't know, it's really hard to see. Let me cheat a little bit here. So, the funky colored cables that are shrink wrapped, basically these are connectors that go onto the card edge connectors, and they're really difficult to move and remove. Really, really hard. And I'm pretty sure they are causing just small amounts of damage to the gold fingers every single time I do it. So when I move or remove the serial cards, it needs to be with real purpose. So I don't like to do that. They're kind of strange. It's like the connectors back here are meant to stay in place as part of the back plane. They actually retain on the back. And then it's almost like it's designed for you to be able to swap out a serial card without even removing the connector on the back. I think it would be possible. So I don't want to do that. And then removing those is a pain in the butt, like I mentioned, because they're held in on the sides. It's spring steel pieces that go all the way up and down. You have to put your thumb on that and pry it out to the side. And they're not coming out straight. So it's prying on one side and then kind of pushing the other side. It's a pain in the butt. So I'm trying to do it with more purpose than just randomly swapping things around. So, but Friday, we'll do the actual plan of attack. I'm going to look on the board for solder cracks first. Let me note this down here. Check, solder, defects. So I want to look for defective solder first because I have to pull the card out anyway. So we'll do that. Then we'll swap the IDs and then put the cards back in. We'll see if that works. I see what you're saying, Ben, and that seems like a reasonable troubleshooting step. Stab swap IDs. Yeah. Yeah, it's more, I don't want to get that far into it today. We only got 14 minutes now. It's just, yeah. So, all right. Just fiddle to get the cards out. Don't rush it. Yeah, I'd rather not. I don't want to do that and make a mistake. So, it is kind of funny. I really like having finally seen this difference, that's kind of hilarious. Because I knew it was wrong, I just didn't know in what way it was wrong, but having the headers be completely flipped is awesome. I mean, it's irritating. And mine here, my actual printed one is the defective one. Now, there's something in this that is in my actual printed one, right here. Tentative data. This document provides tentative information on a new product. Data General reserves the right to change specifications of this product in any manner without notice. So it says they can change stuff. It doesn't say that it might be wrong. But what's really weird is apparently there's a bunch of these. Because again, that's what I have here. I have the like tentative data version. And I'm just surprised there's that many of them. So I now know that that is an error on mine. And I wonder how many other errors are like that in there. I've said this before. Data General documentation does not seem to be very good. I don't mean that as a criticism, but like this is not the only flaw that I've found in these so far. So, all right. I'm a little disappointed we didn't get to SimH today. I really thought we were just going to knock out the second serial port in sysgen and it would just be fine. I really wanted to try writing files from a magtape image in SimH to a floppy and then write that real floppy to use on here. But, yeah, that didn't work out. Does it mean that the documentation was written before they built the product? Oh, that's entirely possible, yeah. Sometimes documentation can be the specification to build the product against. Because if your manager says it must do this, then you got to figure out how to make it do that. And there are going to be some standard things like being able to set the baud rate. That's always going to be in the documentation. They knew that going into it, making a serial port device. So they just didn't necessarily know what order the pins were on that. What failed the magtape files? Nothing. I just didn't get to it. So what... We got stuck doing sysgen for trying to set up the serial ports. And it didn't work. So, yeah. I was hoping to get to the point where we could just... I don't know. There's like 3 different avenues I need to go down still. I need to put the CRT edit software on here. I need to get the second serial port working. And I need to do the paper tape punch reader thing with it. So all 3 things still need to happen. And the second serial card is critical because once I can load software, I need to load a terminal emulator to use the second serial port card. It would be really, really good. So I think in this case, the tables are transcribed directly from schematics. They look identical if the letters are handwritten, someone messes up the table headers. Yeah, it's something like that. They're just simple, got it backwards. So undocumented rolling model change. I don't think so. From my understanding, from gleaming, from reading different manuals and things and advertisements or whatever, my Micronova is relatively early in the product life cycle. So if it came with a manual, it could be this one. And it's still not, it doesn't match. As labeled as YouTube videos, make it half by official PC docs. Yeah. This isn't going to be a video. I'm not recording any of what we're doing with the software until it's done. The software video is going to be a pure post-research video. Because this is all way too much nonsense. And things are changing because the data general format being supported by Greaseweasel in the middle of it. I mean, I was spinning my wheels with other options. Well, some of them were really good that you guys made. But it was trying to figure out other options until that was available, and now that's just like the de facto way to go. So. But that would be fun to mention in the video if I could figure that out into there. All right. Let's see. Is there anything else to cover here? I should make sure I get this. COBOL language. Let's see if we can find that. So that's going to be under software. Let's get this downloaded while we're looking at this. Software Yep. Nova Eclipse. Thought there was different languages. There we go. Well, I'm already on this page. Control F, COBOL. Okay, iCOBOL, maybe? Yeah. Okay. Is it just randomly on one of these, or are these different versions? Oh, man, this sucks. How tired am I? I didn't sleep great, but I got more sleep, so it's better. So these CS numbers, Data General started rebranding their computers as, I forget what it is, commercial systems, 60 or whatever. So you can find a Micronova that's like CS10 or something is what it's branded as. So these could be Micronova compatible, but they're labeled CS60 or whatever. And what it was is they sold you like a whole bundle all at once. So it's like, it was meant to be turnkey, like here is computer done. So I'm gonna have to double check which is which here to figure out if it'll work, I think. Or maybe I just want this. Yeah, Ben. Yeah. I overslept somehow, makes me feel more tired. I gotta be honest, I've not been able to oversleep in years. I wish I could oversleep. Oh, I can turn off the 8-inch drives here. They've been surprisingly quiet. Ugh. So yeah, definitely this. I'm just gonna grab this real quick, just for kicks. Chuck this in SimH under mag. Boom. Okay. So yeah, that might be our way to get software or a reasonable editing program. Hopefully it fits on one floppy. Man, wouldn't that suck? CRT edit's too big to fit on one floppy. Oh, this is one of the awful manuals where they printed it from the computer. It's not actually typeset. Ugh. Does it even have like a screen sample? And Hewitt, hello, this is your first time chatting. Yeah, there are no screen samples. We're just hoping that it's correct. Cool. Oh, I might as well save this, put it with the other thing. Rare occurrence of me oversleeping? Chronic insomniac. I'm not an insomniac, I just can't sleep in. Oh, dot matrix printers are great, but this is not a dot matrix printer. This appears to be a daisy wheel. Possibly, actually, probably a line printer, chain printer, most likely. Yeah, this is definitely not a dot matrix. The pin noise? There's not pin noise. Those are actual characters. Was printed with CRT edit. I kind of hope it was. That would be awesome. Does it say that somewhere? Because that would be amazing. The cover's definitely not. This operates CRT edit, a visual display program editor. The editor is designed specifically for use with commercial system software and display terminals. Chapter 1 presents overview of the editing process. Okay. Yada, yada, yada. Dasher D2. Perfect. That's basically what I've got. I think when they did the CS system stuff around that time, they rebranded the 6053 that I have here to the D2. And then the 6052 is D1, as far as I can tell. So D2 means mine. So CRT Edit is a display terminal oriented version of Data General's text editor program. CRT Edit runs under control of the operating system. The operating system is executed through a CLI command. During an editing session, if a single source file may be edited in one or more passes, or several files may be edited in sequence. That's weird. Source program files are created by CRT Edit may be input into the interactive COBOL compiler. Well, hopefully they don't have to be. CRT Edit is capable of all the basic editing functions. Insert, display, search. Ooh. Also has many sophisticated functions. Oh, fancy text editor. Richard Mango was reading the other week, wherever it was. Not another editor came with interactive COBOL that has screenshots in it. Ooh, cool. Oh yeah, but that's the COBOL specific editor. Let's see, cut and paste, fancy. Documentation and check text justification. Ooh, that's fancy. Executing editor command files often used. Command sequences can be stored. Oh, that's curious. So macros. Search and replace, that's good. Conditional execution of commands form an edit function depending on some variable. That's strange. CRT Edit enables programmers to create or modify source programs rapidly and efficiently with a minimum of keying errors in the resulting source file. Reason for this is visual feedback supplied by CRT Edit. Whenever a command is executed, the screen is redrawn to show exactly what is contained in the portion of the file being edited. This feature allows programmers to see what the lines of the program look like as they appear in the file. Also enables... I don't know if this means that this is still a command line or a command editor, but it also just shows you what the document is, or if it is edit. Okay, let me look at this other one. Is there a command box in this? Well, this is a way newer program, though. Yeah, that's crazy fancy. This might share a code base. Come on, just show me text editing. I don't need file manipulation. I want texts. Give me words, characters. Okay, maybe I'm missing something. Okay, there we go. Command. That actually looks pretty cool. Like, seeing this here is making me think that it knows that's the line number prefix, and then actual character beginning. Page 5, CRT Edit manual, describe screen layout, status at the top, view the middle, command window at the bottom. No. That's what I was reading that made me realize that. It's still gonna be better, but it's gonna suck. Oh well. Seems like I'm just gonna have to port VI. Darn. Long-winded language. Yeah, no, we're not doing COBOL. That's for sure. All right. Well, we're gonna have to call that there. I'm gonna run the outro here. Well, 2 steps forward, 1 step back. We can sysgen reliably, but we can't use we can't use the second serial port, it seems. So next weekend, we're going to try and diagnose that. Maybe we try, how about Saturday, no matter what, we try and write CRT edit to a disk and run it and just see what we get. Because I think we're going to need to just force that through, try and make some progress on that. I still would really, really like to get the terminal working, but I don't know. It's not looking great so far. So, yeah. But all right, we're going to call that for now. If you all enjoyed this stream, you may want to follow to be notified when I go live again next. If you want to help support the channel, find me on Patreon or get a shirt like this one. That's it for now, though, and I will see you next time. And now I gotta walk around to hit the printer button.